Well, the first pair in the first round of this historic $160,000 to win Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Leading the way is Jason Huggins and Nick Hastings. Hastings on the right-hand side is a professional race car driver from Shelby, Ohio. 602 the dial-in for Nick Hastings on the right-hand side. And Jason Huggins from Kelowna, Illinois, the tool and die maker. And the 71 Vega wagon with a 656 dial-in to the left-hand side. Off and running, Jason Huggins and Nick Hastings. And the win will go to Nick Hastings with a perfect reaction time, trip zip green. How about that for the first pair in the first round of the historic $160,000 to win Firecracker Bracket Nationals? Incredible. Shane Pope and Frank Valencia coming up next. Valencia on the right-hand side. The Pontiac Firebird from Orland Park, Illinois. Shane Pope, 74 Ford Pinto with a 688 dial on the left-hand side. Hey, I know we got a couple of drivers looking to resell their entries. Unable to run today. If you're looking for a last-minute entry, swing out to the front gate. They've got a couple of drivers that are looking to resell their entries. Stop out there. We have a number of drivers looking to resell an entry for today's race. Swing out there if you want a last-minute entry. Win light on the right-hand side for Frank Valencia. Dave Perry and Maureen Lancaster, pair of Chevrolets. Win light's going to go to Maureen Lancaster. And Maureen was a finalist out here just 2 weeks ago in the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series. So Maureen with a 007 reaction time. She is really on a roll with that 69 Chevrolet Camaro from Shannon, Illinois. Coming up next, this is Jason Charlton. Jason Charlton from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, 1974 Chevrolet Nova that he calls Aces. 679 dial-in for Charlton to the left-hand side, paired up with Chad Cannon, a regular at Byron Dragway, and a 2000 model Chevrolet Camaro from Winnebago, Illinois. Again, if you are a blue no-box door car, if you are a blue no-box door car, you should be in the staging lanes. And Charlton, the winner of that pair. Coming up next, we've got Todd Hone and Kip Norup. Norup, another driver that got down to the final in no box 2 weeks ago at Byron Dragway. He's in the Ford Thunderbird left-hand side from Leaf River, Illinois. He's paired up with Todd Hone to the right-hand side. Win light's going to go to Todd Hone on a double breakout. Norup breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Todd Hone breaks out by 1 thousandth of a second. And Todd Hone on a double breakout, he will advance into round number 2. $500, that is the re-entry in this historic $160,000 to win Firecracker Bracket Nationals, which should have been 3 days and 3 races, has been cut short due to weather. Taking no less than 9 hours to run a single race. Mother Nature put a real thwart into our plans yesterday. We did get a time trial session in, so that was incredibly helpful. But it rained again this morning, put us behind. We started just after 3 p.m. this afternoon. And unfortunately, Mother Nature dealing us a bad card. There is just not enough hours in the weekend to complete all of these races. And it has been combined into a massive, incredible, historic $160,000 event. We wanted to do all 3 days. We wanted to do 3 races, but unfortunately, we're having to make do with what Mother Nature gives us. Andy Schmall, a former winner of this prestigious event, a $30,000 winner a few years ago, the runner-up 1 year ago on Sunday of this event. He's on the left-hand side all the way from Idaho Falls, Idaho, a 1988 Chevrolet Beretta. He's paired up with Dan Beal out of Hillsdale, Illinois. At the finish line, win light's going to go to Dan Beal by 0.08 of a second. Dead on 4 for Dan Beal. He is your winner. Almost identical reaction times. Schmall is 1 over. Dan Beal is dead on 4. Next up, Shane Boney and Fred Berardi Jr. Boney in the left-hand side, a 1994 Chevrolet S10 pickup truck from Bellevue, Minnesota. $590 dial-in for Boney in the left-hand side. $643 the dial-in for Fred Berardi Jr. in the right-hand lane. A 1975 Chevrolet Camaro. Good-looking hot rod with a vinyl top in the right-hand side for Fred Berardi Jr. A red line start for Berardi and a win light to Shane Boney. In the left-hand lane, Boney goes dead on 1. He is the winner in the left-hand side. Steve Brings and Larry Hone. Don't forget the re-entries are available out at the front gate. Re-entries are available at the front gate. $500 is the re-entry fee. Normally for all 3 races, it is $775 for the re-entry. Steve Brings and Larry Hone. Troy Bakey and Richard Mason are your next pair. Mason to the Buick right-hand side. And I believe he may be double-entered, running his daughter Cameron's car in the box category. Well, he's advancing to the next round already by virtue of a red light start from Troy Bakey. Bakey is 10 red, and Richard Mason goes into the next round. Dead on 5 for Richard Mason. So Gene Melton from Delano, Minnesota, coming up in the Dodge Challenger left-hand side. $668 the dial-in for Milton left lane. Paired up with Mike Southwick in the Rick Robertson owned, tuned, and maintained 70 Chevelle from Stillman Valley, Illinois. And the win's going to go to Mike Southwick. He is dead on 9. 20 on the tree and advancing to the next round. Milton had the starter line advantage, gets there first, breaks out. Mike Southwick advancing to the next round. Rob Livingston and Bobby Ince Jr., your next pair. Pair of Chevrolets. Pair of Novas. Ince Jr., a graduate from the Junior Dragster program on the right-hand side. Livingston of Waterloo, Iowa at the finish line. Win light's going to go to Rob Livingston. 1 over the dial-in. Rob Livingston advances to the next round. A final call for blue no box door cars. We're looking now for yellow no box door cars. Yellow no box door cars. Yellow no box door cars. Taylor Schlueter and Joe Covert on track right now. A 006 reaction time for Joe Covert. He'll go 2 over the dial and he will get the win. Schlueter was dead on 7, but left a little too much at the Christmas tree, and Joe Covert is your winner. All right, so an update. The re-entries. Re-entries are available at the blue souvenir tent. Stop on down, see Michelle Bacon. Now I can see who it is. Michelle Bacon, operating the souvenir tent here today. Thank you, Michelle. Swing down. $500. $500 is the re-entry fee at the blue souvenir tent, right by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station, directly behind the tower. The Fastronics Ford Mustang of Brandon Schmall on the right-hand side. A 669 dial-in for Schmall. 670 dial-in for Clay Schlueter on the left-hand side. Almost heads up between 2 tough customers. Clay Schlueter on the left-hand side, Brandon Schmall into the right-hand lane. Both drivers working the throttle by the sounds of things from up here. Win light's going to go to Brandon Schmall in the right-hand lane. 673 on the 669 dial-in. And he advances into the next round over Clay Schlueter. Well, a former champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals is coming up on the right-hand side. That is Jeremy Bousman from Comanche, Iowa. A former $100,000 champion coming up in the Chevrolet S10 pickup truck. In the right-hand side, coming up, paired up with a $10,000 winner from Memorial Day weekend of just this year at Byron Dragway. So 2 heavy hitters squaring off in round number 1. Chris Wicker in the Buick left-hand side. He runs second place in points right now at Byron Dragway. Paired up with Bousman, his first appearance at Byron this year. But as I mentioned before, he is a former $100,000 champion in the right-hand side. Yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door cars, we are looking for you. Yellow no-box door cars, we are looking for you. So Chris Wicker and Jeremy Bousman through the finish line. Win line's going to go to Jeremy Bousman, 617 on the 611 dial-in, and he will advance into the next round. We had a couple of drivers looking to sell their entry, resell their entry. Just 1 or 2 of them, I think. If everyone's looking for a last-minute entry, swing out to the front gate. See Rhonda. She can help you out and help to resell those 2 entries for those 2 racers. Ricky Pena and Roger Morris going down track. Win light's going to go to the Divine Concrete entry of Roger Morris. The 79 Buick Regal from McChesney Park will advance into the next round. Both drivers won over the dial-in. Morris was 23 on the tree to Ricky Pena's 40, and that race was decided by just that margin at the starting line. Roger Morris advanced into the next round for the Divine Concrete entry. Jason Huggins and Nick Hastings coming up. Hastings, a double-entered car. And Hastings advancing into round number 2. For the second time this round in an 81 Pontiac T1000, Nick Hastings advancing over Jason Huggins. Your next pair, John Holly and Bruce Hunter. Hunter, hailing from Morrison, Illinois, hometown to 1, Barney the Farmer Beswick. A lot of racers, for that matter, coming out of Morrison, Illinois. 581 dialing for the pickup truck of Bruce Hunter and John Holly, the Mopar man from Marengo, Illinois, and the beautiful 68 Dodge Coronet. And Holly will go red by 8 thousandths of a second. 008 red for John Holly. Give the win to Bruce Hunter, left-hand side. 582 on the 581 dial-in for Bruce Hunter in the pickup truck. Kevin Lancaster and Kenny Norrell coming up now. A Chevy and a Ford. Lancaster, the 37 Chevy, left-hand side. A farmer from Shannon, Illinois. His wife already got a win light this round. She's looking on track side. 595 dial-in for Kevin Lancaster. And Kenny Norrell, who got down to the no-box final 2 weeks ago. Both he and his son Kip pulled off that feat on separate days. Kenny Norrell on the right-hand side, the Ford Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois. Slight head start to Lancaster. Here comes Kenny Norrell behind him. At the finish line, win light's going to go to Kevin Lancaster. A 006 reaction time for Kevin Lancaster. 1 over the dial, and he is the winner. Kenny Norrell was dead on 6, but left just a little too much at the starting line. Your winner is Kevin Lancaster. Well, in a new car this year, that is Mark Marusek. A 1991 Chevrolet Camaro, and he did all the paint and body work on this car himself. I believe Dave Ansel was the car builder. And this is a concourse ready, show car worthy, very quick race car of Mark Marusek on the left-hand side. 618 dial-in for Marusek. 586 to dial-in for the former Nostalgia Pro Stock entry of Jim Sibley. And True Start will alter the outcome of this one. Both drivers go red. Marusek the first to do so. He goes 002 red. Jim Sibley is 003 red. So one found the difference in red lights. True Start handing the win to Mark Marusek in the left-hand side. That'll bring up Dave Moore and Darren Burkhart. Burkhart on the right-hand side, a 1981 Pontiac Grand Prix from Winnebago, Illinois. $6.99 dial-in for Burkhart on the right-hand side. Dave Moore, 71 Chevy Nova from Forreston. 8 flat the dial-in for Dave Moore. So almost exactly 1 second. The handicap start for Moore on the left-hand side. And a red light start for Dave Moore. Darren Burkhart is your winner in the right-hand lane. And Jeff Builder comes away the winner of that pair. Builder, your most recent Super Pro Track champion from 2020, a Byron, Illinois resident, advancing into the next round. Brian Dumdye and Cameron Mason staging up and ready to go. Dumdye, a beautiful 57 Chevy from Sycamore, Illinois. Another car that is worthy of the spotlight at a car show. Paired up with Cameron Mason, a former $30,000 champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Win line's going to go to Cameron Mason, who is dead on 0-18 on the tree. Cameron Mason taking out Brian Dumdye here in the opening round of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. These are the no-box entries. Final call, yellow, no-box door car. Final call, yellow, no-box door car. Final call, yellow, no-box door car. With that, the call now goes out for blue box door cars. Blue box door cars to the lanes, please. A win light to Rick Carker over Todd Hone. A red light start for Aaron Milton. Brando Carlson advances into round number 2. Brett Williamson and Aaron Johnson coming up next. Re-entries. Re-entries are available at the Blue Souvenir Stand, the Blue Top Souvenir Tent, right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station, directly behind the tower. Re-entries are available. Once again, re-entries are available at the Blue Tent beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. $500 is the re-entry fee for a chance to win $160,000 is the top prize today. Brett Williamson and Aaron Johnson are your next pair. Johnson in the Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side. He will leave first. A 6:33 dial-in for Aaron Johnson. And Brett Williamson is just behind him at the finish line. Win line's going to go to Aaron Johnson. Williamson is dead on 6. Johnson 1 over the dial-in. Johnson 22 on the tree. Williamson 54. Aaron Johnson advancing to the next round. Mark Wicker and Dan Gary are your next pair. Pair of dusters. How about that? Pair of blue dusters. Set to do battle in round number 1. Gary in the right-hand side. Mark Wicker in the left-hand lane. In an all-Mopar matchup. And win light will go to Mark Wicker by virtue of the red light start from Dan Gary. Once again, Blue Box Door Cars. Blue Box Door Cars, we are looking for you. Blue Box Door Cars, we are looking for you. Blue Box Door Cars, we are looking for you. Round number 1 of eliminations. To the lanes, please. Clifford Cerruti and Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin on the right-hand side, a $10,000 winner already this year over Memorial Day weekend. And Laughlin is advancing to round number 2. Cerruti will go red by 14 thousandths of a second. Oh, so close for the Master Barber from Rockford, Illinois. And Gentleman Jim Laughlin with a 003 reaction time advances into round number 2. Blue Box Door Cars. Blue Box Door Cars. Second call to the lanes, please. Second call. Blue Box Door Cars. To the staging lanes, please. Again, re-entries are available at the Blue Souvenir Tent, located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. $500, that is the re-entry fee. $500, the re-entry fee. So all the prize money has been combined into one big race. So total prize money, $160,000 to win today. $15,500 runner-up. Semifinalists, $4,500. Sixth round win, $2,000. Fifth round win, $1,450. Fourth round win, $1,000. And a third round winner will get $550. The re-entry fee is $500 for round 1 re-entry only. There will be a separate re-entry round. And then the winners of that re-entry round advance into round number 2. And we are through the no box, and here come the box cars. Jerry Kloss and Eddie Banderowicz Jr. leading the way. So boxcars on track. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. and Jerry Kloss. Kloss will leave first. He will leave too soon. 005 red for Jerry Kloss in the pickup truck. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. Well, he was perfect at the starting line. Trip, zip, green. Perfect light for Eddie Banderowicz Jr. He'll go 1 over the dial-in. Eddie Banderowicz Jr. advancing into round number 2. A race winner already this year. $3,000 he won 2 weeks ago at Byron Dragway. That is Ryan McCann coming up from Madison, Wisconsin. And the Chevrolet Nova, left-hand side, 685 dialing for McCann. Paired up with Andrew D. Piazza. Chevrolet Camaro on the right-hand side, a 532 dialing for D. Piazza. McCann will lead first by about a second and a half. What a drag race right here. 004 reaction time for Ryan McCann. 006 for Andrew D. Piazza. D. Piazza's dead on 0. 6th out the total package for Andrew D. Piazza. Your winner over Ryan McCann. 6th pack for Andrew D. Piazza. So another call for Blue Box Door Car. Blue Box Door Car to the lanes, please. Blue Box Door Car to the staging lanes, please. Continuing on with the no box door cars, number 786. A Vincent Motorsports entry in the GMC Sonoma pickup truck, paired up with 3X69 on the right-hand side. Chevrolet Corvette Roadster, 550 dialing for the Roadster, 674 dialing for the pickup truck. And through the 8th mile, win line to the GMC Sonoma for Vincent Motorsports with a 005 reaction time. Right lane breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Win light to the Vincent truck. 005 reaction time. Charlie Hama and Tanner McDonald coming up next. Tanner McDonald, the drive shaft expert from Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Kenosha, starter and alternator. The proud sponsors of the World Power Wheel Standing Championships coming up in October at Byron. Dragway. McDonald to the left-hand side. 623 is his dial-in. 501 dial-in for Charlie Hama. Hama will go red. And Tanner McDonald advances into the next round. 2 over the dial-in. 625 with the 9 on the 623 dial-in. Tanner McDonald advancing into round number 2. Dave Ansel in a Chevrolet Malibu, right-hand side, a 708 dial-in for Dave Ansel out of Morris, Illinois. He's paired up with Mitchell Vincent in a 67 Chevrolet Camaro from St. Charles, Illinois, the Cal Wright sponsored entry. 591 dial-in for Vincent, 708 dial-in for Ansel. Ansel leads first, and here comes Vincent. Vincent will go red by 14 thousandths of a second. And Dave Ansel will get the win. A 004 reaction time for Ansel. Going 706 on the 708 dial-in and advancing into the next round. Myron Street and Colin Estes, your next pair. Estes on the left-hand side, a 602 dial-in for Colin. 681 dial-in for Myron Street in the right-hand side. In a 68 Camaro from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Estes in the only Pontiac Acadian in competition. 65 model it is. 602 dial-in for Colin Estes. Final call for Blue Box Door Cars. Blue Box Door Cars, final call. A red light start for Byron, straight in a wing light to Colin Estes. Going $5.99 on the 602 dial, and Colin Estes is your winner in the left-hand lane. Ed Nemick and Mike Bloomfield Sr. are your next pair. Bloomfield on the left-hand side from Hamilton, Ohio. Chevrolet S10 pickup truck left-hand side. 626 dial-in for Bloomfield. 534 dial-in for Ed Nemick in the right-hand lane. Wow, big wheels-up launch for the S10 pickup truck. That is a photogenic entry. And the win light to Mike Bloomfield Sr. in the left-hand side. Ed Nemick was 001 on the Christmas tree. He got there first. He breaks out. Win light to Mike Bloomfield Sr. in the left-hand side over Ed Nemick. Cole Cummings coming up now. A Chevy 2 from Hammond, Louisiana. 560 dial-in for Cummings left-hand lane. 629 the dial-in for Ed, the boss man, Bousman. And another red S10 pickup from Comanche, Iowa. Bousman right-hand side. Cummins left-hand lane. And these are your box door cars. These are the blue box door cars. Again, Ray Smith is potential buy in the opening round of door cars. And we're back. Blake Vangsness and Ben Haugen. Mr. Announcer was taken away from his duties for a moment there. I am back. 6:43 on the 6:42 dial-in. Ben Haugen gets the win. Vangsness breaks out. Haugen advancing into the next round. So a final call again. Final call for Blue Box Door Cars. Blue Box Door Cars. Final call to the lanes, please. A final call for Blue Box Door Cars. Stefan Mraz and Kelvin Wilbur, your next pair. Mraz, that is the Chop Top Wino 1976 Buick Regal on the right-hand side from Summit, Illinois. 691 the dial-in from Mraz on the right-hand side. 592 the dial-in for Kevin Wilbur. The Chevrolet Nova from Burlington, Wisconsin. Again, these are still the box door cars on track at this time. And Wilbur will come away the winner of this one. 626 on the 592 dial-in for Kevin Wilbur. His dad clapping their hands, and you know the stakes are high, Sedona. $160,000 to win. This is a big payout. This isn't the program we had planned coming into this weekend. But Mother Nature has not cooperated with us to this point. We are hopeful. We are hopeful that the weather will hold out here for the rest of the day. Hopefully we can get this thing all the way in today. But knowing that we do have time constraints, this may have to carry over until Sunday. But hopefully the weather holds out and we can keep things moving right along here as the day goes on. A Joe Schmall and a Dustin Wirtz in the Corvette Roadster, right-hand side from Nampa, Idaho. He's a long ways from home. Joe Schmall, left-hand side from Lionel Lakes, Minnesota. That is a 1969 Plymouth Fury that he calls Fast and Furious. Joe Schmall, left-hand side. Dustin Wirtz in the right-hand lane. And we got a very close race on the starting line. At the finish line, win line. Going to go to Joe Schmall. 695 on the 694 dial-in. Dustin Wirtz, he'll break out. Joe Schmall, he'll advance into the next round. Jim Zink and Nick Gaines, your next pair. Gaines on the right-hand side, a former runner-up in the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. He was a door car finalist against Dennis DiValerio in 2018. So Nick Gaines trying to recreate some Firecracker Bracket Nationals magic today. Paired up with Jim Zink on the left-hand side, a 62 Chevy 2 from Sterling, Illinois. And Zink has parked that Chevy in the winner's circle at Byron Dragway before. It's been a few years, but that car and that driver know their way to the winner's circle. And win line's going to go to Jim Zink. 692 on the 629 on the 627 dial-in. Picking up the win over Nick Gaines in the right-hand side. Justin Ford and Tori Williams are your next pair. Pair of Chevrolets. Ford in the Chevelle right-hand side from Channahon, Illinois. 571 in the dial-in for Ford on the right-hand side. Tori Williams, the truck driver from Winnebago, Illinois, sporting a 586 dial-in on his window. So a pair of fast box door cars, pair of fast Chevys. We are nearly through with the blue box door cars. Tori Williams, Justin Ford at the finish line. Win light to Justin Ford. Tori Williams had the jump off the starting line, but Justin Ford goes dead on two. Williams breaks out, and Justin Ford will advance into round number 2. Scott Sanders of Zephyr Hills, Florida, in a 67 Chevy 2 left-hand side. 642 dial-in for Sanders in the left-hand lane. Paired up with Travis Reitzel. 2000 model Chevrolet Camaro from Howard Lake, Minnesota in the right-hand lane. Win light to Sanders in the left-hand side. Red light for Travis Reitzel. Yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow box door cars to the staging lanes, please. We are looking for yellow box door cars to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1 of eliminations. Ray Smith, potential buy. Ray Smith, potential buy. Please report to staging lane number 2. Ray Smith, potential buy in door car category. Please report to staging lane number 2. Hank Mulligan, a hired driver for Nick Hastings in the 77 Ford Mustang right-hand side. From Mount Morris, Illinois, comes Hank Mulligan with a 602 dial-in. He is paired up with Brett Williamson with a 568 dial-in on the left-hand side. For the Ford Thunderbird from Rockford, Illinois, Brett Williamson left-hand side, Hank Mulligan in the right-hand lane. And the win line's going to go to Brett Williamson. A 004 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in. He will get the win. Both drivers 1 over the dial-in. Williamson 004 to Mulligan's 21 on the tree. Well, a new arrival today. Do not have this one on file yet in the computer, but it is one of probably only 3 or 4 Roadsters we have in competition. The left-hand side, a 561 dial-in for the Roadster. And Vince Magracina, 1980 Chevrolet Monza from Pecatonica, Illinois. Close race off the starting line. Win light to Vince Magracina. 578 on the 576 dial-in. Vince Magracina is your winner in the right-hand side. And I do believe that was Brian Kennedy. That was Brian Kennedy in the Chevy Roadster. Rob Livingston and Jeff Lomness, your next pair. Lomness on the right-hand side. Licensed at Byron Dragway 1 year ago with that car. You see on the right-hand side a 2006 Ford Mustang from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Talking to his crew person, they've got the door open. We need golf carts moved from the staging lanes. Golf carts moved from the staging lanes. Golf carts moved in the staging lanes. Please make way. Please make way for the race cars. So a second call for yellow box door cars. Second call for yellow box door cars. So Rob Livingston, the winner of that pair over Jeff Lomness. Second call, yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow box door car, second call to the staging lanes, please. And we continue. These are the box store cars. This is still the opening round of eliminations. Dave Ansel and Hunter Patton coming up next. Patton to the right-hand side. 617 is his dial-in, and the Chevy station wagon right-hand side. 536 the dial-in for Dave Ansel. The 2000 model Chevrolet Camaro from from Morris, Illinois, not Mount Morris. Wow, what a wheels-up launch for Hunter Patton. Set that down clear past the 60-foot cube. And a win light to Hunter Patton. Mike Mackey and Randy Folk coming up next. Mackey on the left-hand side. The Oldsmobile Cutlass from Algonquin, Illinois. And Randy Folk all the way from Bradenton, Florida. And that Chevrolet Corvette at the finish line going dead on 3. One light's going to go to Randy Folk in the right-hand side. Doug Cruz and Steve Folk coming up next. Steve Folk, the two-door Chevy 2 station wagon from Durand, Illinois. 629 dial-in for Folk on the right-hand side. 659 the dial-in for Doug Cruz on the left-hand side. Win light's going to go to Doug Cruz with a 006 reaction time. Steve Folk was 1,000th of a second red at the Christmas tree. And dead on 3, so close to what would have been a perfect run. But 1 foul in the wrong direction, and that will change your day in a hurry. So Aaron Milton and Everett Kay coming up next. Milton on the right-hand side, Kay into the Malibu left-hand side. And the win light's going to go to Aaron Milton in the right-hand lane. 550 with a 1 on the 547 dial-in. The Pontiac Firebird will advance into the next round. Re-entries are available. Round 1 re-entry only is available at the blue tent located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. $500 is the re-entry fee. $500 the re-entry fee. And again, all the prize money has carried over all 3 days combined into one, all round money included. So everything carries over. And it is only a $500 re-entry fee. Gary Wood and Andrew DiPiazza at the finish line. DiPiazza comes away the winner over Gary Wood. 543 on the 539 dial-in. DiPiazza, your winner right-hand side over Gary Wood. Pair of good-looking Chevrolets at the starting line. Johnny DiPiazza and Wayne Cook. Cook on the left-hand side from Hillsboro, Missouri. A 68 model Chevrolet Camaro on the left-hand side. 524 the dial-in for Wayne Cook, left lane. He's paired up with Johnny DiPiazza. DiPiazza from Greenfield, Wisconsin. 619 to the dial-in with a Chevrolet Vega in the right-hand side. Yellow box store cars. Yellow box store cars. Final call, round 1. Yellow box store cars to the lanes, please. And DiPiazza goes red by 10,000ths of a second. Win line's going to go to Wayne Cook. 20 on a tree and 2 over the dial in the 68 Camaro for Wayne Cook. Ray Smith, the S&S Dyno Services. Dodge RT sitting in lane number 2. He was the first perfect light of the weekend. And he'll await to see if he'll get a Byron here in the opening round of door car competition. Again, we're looking for yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars, round at number 1. To the lanes, please. Chuck Roycraft and Nick Folk coming up now. Folk was a finalist in this race 1 year ago. Bowing out in the final to Wade White. Nick Folk is the winner. 1 over the dial-in. Identical reaction times. Both drivers 1 over the dial-in. 1,000th of a second. The win to Nick Folk in the right-hand side over Chuck Roycraft. Incredible. One light to Steve Marquis, 1 over the dial-in, 23 on the tree. Andrew Seymour had a 003 reaction time, but could not get there. 4 over the dial-in for Seymour. Marquis advances into the next round. Wow, Brian Folk is trip, zip, green, but breaks out at the finish line. Richard Mason gets the win, left-hand side. What a drag race. 2 over the dial-in. Richard Mason was 26 on the tree and advances into the next round. Folk was perfect, breaks out by 8 thou at the stripe. Tim Folker and Tommy Pope coming up now. Pope in the right-hand side. The Ford Pinto from Mount Morris, Illinois. 691 the dial-in for Pope in the right-hand side. Paired up with Tim Folker out of Freeport, Illinois. The two-tone Chevrolet Corvette with a 645 dial-in. Pope's out front. Here comes Folker. You know, we just talked about Ray Smith, the first perfect light of the weekend, and here we've had 2 perfect lights in a row. And this time the perfect light gets the win. Tim Folker advancing to the next round. As Pope goes red, Folker goes on with a perfect reaction time. Already, I think we've seen 4 perfect lights this round, so you can tell that the big money is out there. The drivers are on the chip. They are on the wheel, and they are pushing it just a little bit further today than perhaps normally. Kevin Swartz and Sean Woodworth coming up now. Woodworth on the right-hand side, a hometown racer from right here in Byron, Illinois. 506 dial-in for the Chevrolet Corvette right-hand side. The hometown racer, Sean Woodworth, paired up with Kevin Swartz from the forest city of Rockford, Illinois. Swartz is off and running, over 2 seconds to head start. But Swartz will go red by 007. And Sean Woodworth advances into the next round, 5:07. On the 5:06 dial-in, Woodworth goes on to the next round. The amazing Grace Eric Grace, a new arrival, just pulled in this morning in a 63 split-window Chevrolet Corvette right-hand side. That might be the quickest door car on the property, and this might be one of the closest races we have seen today. Win light to Eric Grace on a double breakout. 008 for Dustin Long on the left-hand side. 007 for Eric Grace. He'll go 450 with a 6 on the 451 dial-in on a double breakout. The lesser of the two breakouts, Eric Grace is your winner. T.C. Williams, the hottest driver at Byron Dragway in 2021, except he's not in his usual car. No, he's won 2 races already this year, a 10-grander and a 5-grander. But that was in his rear-engine dragster. Now he's doing the driving duties for his father in the Chevrolet Nova. Left-hand side, a 581 dial-in for T.C. Williams. Paired up with Super Bill Butasov out of Naperville, Illinois. 74 Buick Opal with a 630 dial-in for Super Bill. Golf carts, we need to move the golf carts. We've got golf carts blocking race cars. Golf carts, please relocate. Golf carts, please move. Red golf cart, white top. Please move. A red line start for Super Bill and T.C. Williams. Even though it's a different car, the hot hand continues for T.C. Williams, who has been on an absolute roll, and that might be an understatement, in 2021. Ricky Pena and Jim Oliver coming up next. Pair of drivers out of the Chicago suburbs. Oliver, an aircraft mechanic from New Lenox, Illinois. 586 dialer in the Chevy 2 right-hand side for Jim Oliver. And Ricky Pena, Palos Park, Illinois. 670 dialing for the GMC Sonoma pickup truck, as owned and operated by Vincent Motorsports. Pena's out front. Here comes Oliver. At the finish line, win light to Jim Oliver, going dead on 6 and getting the win. Pena breaks out. Oliver is your winner on the right-hand side. So a final call, door cars. If you are a door car and you did not get out, go down the track in this opening round, we are almost done with round 1 of door cars. So a final call, door cars. Final call, door cars. If you have not been down the track in this opening round, you need to be there. Get there right away. We are almost done with this opening round of door car competition. Lane Dickin and Ed Banderowicz Sr. coming up next. Banderowicz Jr., he was a driver that had a perfect light in round 1. So he's already punched his ticket in round 2. Can Pops do the same? We'll find out. He's in the Chevelle right-hand side, paired up with Lane Dickin. Red light start for Lane Dickin, driving the pickup truck that is owned by Ed Bausman. And Ed Banderowicz Sr. is going to make it 2 for 2 for the Banderowiczes in the opening round at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. So not the burnout that Lou Roush was looking for. He'll do a take two on the burnout. Lou Roush to the right-hand side, and Brent Vincent coming up next. Roush in the Beretta, Vincent into the Camaro. About 1 second the difference in dial-ins right here. Vincent will lead first. 6:26 dial-in for Brent Vincent. 5:21 dial-in for Lou Roush in the right-hand lane. A reminder in the dragster category. In the dragster category, entry number 3082, Brian Rambo. 3082, Brian Rambo. You are potential buy-in round at number 1 of dragster class competition. Win light's going to go to Brent Vincent. Dead on 6 and advancing into the next round. Brent Vincent turns on the win light here in the opening round of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. 5:20 dial-in right-hand side for Alex Bosek, a top sportsman entry. From Chicago, Illinois, a former NHRA Division III top sportsman champion. In the right-hand side, in the 2002 Dodge Neon. He is from A Trends Auto and Truck Accessory Shop, a proud sponsor of Byron Dragway in this 2021 season. Look them up online, atrends with a Z.com, ATRENDZ.com. Bosek is paired up with Jeremy Vangsness of Rockford, Illinois. A 565 dial-in for Jeremy. In the 74 Chevrolet Nova, standing trackside watching his father Doug, his son Blake, Matty Gensel all looking on. Vangsness versus Bosek. And the win light going to go to Jeremy Vangsness. 001 reaction time. 570 on the 565 dial-in. Vangsness advances into round number 2. So a reminder once again in the dragster category number 3082, Brian Rambo. Brian Rambo, potential buy in round number 1 of dragster class competition. Well, Wendell Curley taken off before the tree comes down. Mark Nedesheim will be the benefactor of that one. A 6:26 on the 6:28 dial-in for Mark Nedesheim, your winner on the right-hand side over Wendell Curley. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We need green dragsters. Green dragsters to the lanes, please. For round number 1 eliminations. Green dragsters to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Odd lanes left, even lanes right. Kelly Spears and Joe Hansen. Win light will go to Joe Hansen as Spears will go 006 red in the left-hand lane. And Hansen will advance into the next round. 6076 on the 608 dial-in for Joe Hansen. Bryce Miller and Colin Hurley coming up now. Hurley on the right-hand side from Waterloo, Iowa. Oldsmobile Cutlass on the right-hand side. Very quick car. 512 to dial in for Colin Hurley, right-hand side. Bryce Miller in a beautiful 69 Chevrolet Camaro, a car that looks fast sitting still. 550 dial-in for Miller on the left-hand side. And a win light on the right-hand side. Lane Zudima and John Davis Jr. coming up now. John Davis Jr., the Chevy 2 from Dunkerton, Iowa. $5.95 dial-in for John Davis Jr. $6.61 the dial-in for Lane Zudima. Wow, what a wheels-up launch for John Davis Jr. That car saw daylight to about the 75-foot mark out there, but it will not be enough to get the win. Lane Zudima is your winner, dead on 8 in getting the win. John Davis Jr. was 006 at the Christmas tree, 3 over the dial-in, though. And by 8 thousandths of a second, Lane Zudima is your winner on the left-hand side. Mike Schlueter and Nick Gaines on track right now. A red line start for Mike Schlueter by 004. And Nick Gaines will get the win on the right-hand side. And now your final pair of entries in the door car category. Ray Smith and Slate Cummings. Ray Smith, potential buy coming into this round, even number of cars. He is a no-box entry paired up with a boxer here at the end of door car competition. So Smith on the right-hand side, Slate Cummings in the left-hand lane. And through the finish line. Win line going to go to Slate Cummings in the left-hand side. A 002 reaction time for Cummings. And that is a wrap for round number 1 of eliminations here in the door car category. A reminder that re-entries are available. Re-entries are available. $500. $500 the re-entry fee at the Blue Souvenir Tent located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. $500 is the re-entry fee for round 1 re-entry. So go by the Blue Souvenir Tent located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. $500 for round 1 re-entries. Sedona, can you believe it? We are already through round one of Door Car Class competition. Do not forget the re-entries are available. $500 at the Blue Top Tent souvenir stand right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station directly behind the tower. We may be through round number one of Door Cars, but the fun has just begun. Jay Larson and Jeff Cheney coming up now. Cheney on the right-hand side from Cambridge, Minnesota. Larson of Beloit, Wisconsin. Red light for Cheney, win light to Jay Larson on the left-hand side. Well, there are certain drivers that just rise to the occasion. And one driver has owned this weekend perhaps more than any other. That is Dennis DiValerio, the first winner of the $100,000 race here at Byron Dragway. And I think it was in 2017, might have been 2016. He went to 3 final rounds on this weekend, something like a 19-round win streak of some sort that weekend. It was unbelievable. But that's why it came as no surprise when he won $100,000 out here in 2018. Dennis DiValerio on the left-hand side, Shane Carr in the right-hand lane. Carr all the way from Bradenton, Florida in the right-hand side. So a big monster matchup here in the opening round. The win light's going to go to Dennis DiValerio on a double breakout. Trip, zip, perfect. A perfect light for Dennis DiValerio. And he is the lesser of the two breakouts, and he is your winner on the left-hand side over Shane Carr. The 23-year-old engineer from Chicago, Illinois. Coming up now, this is Zach Bosak. He and his father doing, well, I guess not really double duty. They're both racing this weekend. A father-son racing team for Zach and Alex Bosak from the A-Trends Auto and Truck Accessory Shop out of Chicago, Illinois. Look them up online, A-Trends with a Z.com. Paired up with Donovan Williams on the right-hand side of Bradenton, Florida. 479 dial-in for Williams on the right-hand side. And Donovan will get the win as Bosak goes red by just 1/1000th of a second. So 001 red for Zach Bosak and 007 green for Donovan Williams. Williams is your winner on the right-hand side. That'll now bring up Jared Bulk and Dominic Bowden. Bowden on the right-hand side, double entered. Got a pair of dragsters with identical paint schemes, believe it or not. He is a master painter himself. Does all of his own work, and that's what he does for a living as well. Paints cars, and he does a great job of it. 466 dial-in for Dominic Bowden on the right-hand side. 553 dial-in for Jared Bulk on the left-hand side. So Jared Bulk and Dominic Bowden head on track at the finish line. One light's going to go to Jared Bulk, who was 12 on the tree and 3 over the dial-in. Dominic Bowden was 1 over the dial-in, but left too much at the starting line. 0.004 of a second. That is the margin of victory for Jared Bulk in the left-hand side. Ryan Paskey and Gary Williams coming up next. Gary in the right-hand side from Bradenton, Florida. A 472 dial-in for Gary. Gary is paired up with Ryan Paskey of Veronico, Minnesota. 503 dial-in for Paskey left-hand side. The blue, red, and black dragster. A lot of colors on the car of Gary Williams on the right-hand side from the Sunshine State. And Gary Williams is walking on sunshine. He'll go on to the next round. The 475 on the 472 dial-in. Paskey goes red by 0.006 of a second. And Gary Williams, who is twice a bridesmaid of this event, Actually, 2 days in a row, he was a runner-up to Jeremy Bausman in a $100,000 final round, and then the runner-up to Cameron Mason in the $30,000 final round the next day. So twice he has been to the money round, looking to go one round further this weekend. Francis Moeller Jr. and Troy Williams Jr., your next pair. Williams on the right-hand side, the FTI Performance sponsored entry. Of course, FTI Performance, a big sponsor of the 22nd Annual Firecracker Bracket Nationals at Byron Dragway. 474 dial-in for Williams on the right-hand side. And a 516 dial-in for Francis Moeller Jr. in the left-hand lane. At the finish line, win light to Troy Williams Jr. 008 reaction time for Francis Moeller Jr. 14 on the tree for Troy Williams Jr. Williams is 2 over the dial-in and advancing into the next round. And Colin Estes with a 003 reaction time gets the win over Donnie Burleson. Burleson breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Burleson all the way from Richmond, Texas. But he breaks out, and Colin Estes advances into the next round. Well, a pair of young guns at the starting line. Hunter Patton, a winner of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals, the $60,000 winner from 1 year ago. He's on the right-hand side. 460 dial-in for Hunter Patton, all the way from Crockett, Texas. Paired up with the Gone Batty dragster from Tinley Park, Illinois. That is Nate Kelly, left-hand side. 486 dial-in for Kelly. 460 the dial-in for Hunter Patton. Again, these are the green dragsters on track at this time. Green dragsters on track and racing. If you are a green dragster entry, make sure you are in the lanes. Odd lanes left, even lanes right. Odd left, even right. Round 1, dragster class competition at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Close race off the starting line, nearly identical reaction times, and at the finish line, Hunter Patton will get the win, going 1 over the dial-in. Kelly is 2 over, Patton is 1 over. Kelly 13 on the tree, Patton was 16 on the tree. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second in favor of Hunter Patton. And now, the cheesemaker from Random Lake, Wisconsin, Dion Dignitz, a driver that went to the money round earlier this year on Memorial Day weekend at Byron Dragway. He's in the left-hand side. His opponent, Ted Cannon of Rochelle, Illinois. 487 dial-in for Cannon on the right-hand side. 537 dial-in for Dignitz in the left-hand lane. A win light to Dion Dignitz, left-hand side. 1 over the dial-in, picking up the win over Ted Cannon. 16 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. 9 thou, the margin of victory for Dion Dignitz to the left-hand side. And here comes what I do believe is the quickest car in competition this weekend. Certainly the lowest dial-in of the weekend so far. Don Spear, right-hand side of Davenport, Iowa. The Chassis Concepts entry, right-hand side. Supercharged, rear-engine dragster, zoomy headers, great big wing on the back. Don Spear, a 423 dial-in against Chad Bradham, left-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. 507 dial-in for Bradham on the left-hand side. He will get the head start by about 3/4 of a second. Don Spear gets the win, and they could probably hear that car all the way from Winnebago, as loud as that one was. 427 on the 423 dial-in. Don Spear is your winner on the right-hand side. The Overkill Motorsports entry in the right-hand side. Paired up with Dustin Long from Mitchell, South Dakota. The driver from South Dakota will advance into the next round. 463 on the 468, 464 dial-in. A 002 reaction time for Dustin Long. The Overkill Motorsports entry will go red. Dustin Long advancing to the next round. Zach Volker, left-hand side, the Mr. Cool Comfort Made Simple entry. Not sure what Mr. Cool is. Is that one of those cool suit vests? We'll have to send our pit reporter down to find out the story on Mr. Cool, Zach Volker. 486 dial-in for Volker on the left-hand side. 454 dial-in for Garrett Griffith. Professional race car driver from Alexandria, Kentucky in the right-hand side. I believe both drivers may be from Kentucky in this pair. Yes, they are. Pair of drivers from the Bluegrass State, and only one can be the winner. That's going to be Zach Volker, left-hand side. 24 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in, getting the win over Garrett Griffith. Again, re-entries are available. Re-entries are available. $500, the re-entry fee. All the prize money combined in all rounds. So a lot of prize money up for grabs. $500 is the re-entry fee. Win in the left-hand side. 469 on the 467 dial-in. Picking up the win over Caleb Beard. So that was Cortland Carter. Cortland Carter from Lubbock, Texas. The winner in the left-hand lane. Kyle Mackey coming up now, and Josh Goyke. Goyke in the right-hand side from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. Mackey driving a car that resides just down the road in Leaf River, Illinois. Mackey himself from Algonquin, a graduate of the Junior Dragster program. In the red tractor, left-hand side, 560 dial-in for Mackey. He'll leave first. Goyke will try to reel him in within 660 feet. Red light start for Mackey, and win light's going to go to Josh Goyke. 487 on the 488 dial-in. Josh Goyke is your winner. Anthony Lane and Bart Nelson. Nelson from LaPorte, Texas, another driver from the Lone Star State. .477 dial-in for Bart Nelson on the right-hand side. Anthony Lane, I'm not sure if it was this dragster or the other, but he had to run back to Fulton, Illinois, pick up a new Power Glide, and get it in just in time for round 1 elimination. So Anthony Lane has been thrashing on his car to make it this far. And he will break out by 1/1000th of a second. giving the win to Bart Nelson in the right-hand side. Tom Gall, the Gall Star TV entry, a YouTube star, gets the win left-hand side. Perfect reaction time, 486 and a 479 dial-in. Tom Gall gets the win over Brandon Phillips. This is still the opening round. These are still the dragsters. Shane Pope and Steve Law coming up next. Pair of black dragsters. Pope in the right-hand side, a 476 dial-in for the driver from Mount Morris, Illinois. He is a hired gun for Bruce Van Stratton. And Steve Law, left-hand side from Boonville, Indiana. A car dealer, I do believe. Do not quote me on that, but I do believe he is a car dealer. Why would I say something publicly that I don't want to be quoted on? I don't know, Sedona, but thinking out loud up here. Steve Law, left-hand side. Shane Pope, right-hand lane. These are still the green dragsters. Green dragsters still on track. Great drag race, and Law will be the winner. 474 on the 473 dial-in. Steve Law advancing to the next round for the driver from the Hoosier State. All right, next driver is all the way here from Medford, New Jersey. His name, Tom Dauber. Left-hand side, a 465 dial-in for Tom Dauber. And Bruce Van Stratton with the 506 dial-in on the right-hand side. Bruce was the car owner of the previous car, driven by Shane Pope. Pope bowed out in the opening round. Can Bruce Van Stratton turn the fortunes around for the team? Well, that's the goal. 506 dial-in for Bruce Van Stratton, right-hand side. 486 for Tom Dauber in the left-hand lane. Pair of red lights. Van Stratton, the more red of the two. 11 red for Van Stratton, 003 red for Tom Dauber. And True Start will not alter the outcome of this one, as Van Stratton both goes red first and worst against Dauber. Well, Tom Gall has already got a round win. Can Chris Gall do the same? Can the Galls go 2 for 2 in the opening round of dragster class competition with Firecracker Bracket Nationals? We'll find out. Chris Gall is in the left-hand side. He's paired up with Scott Cook from Festus, Missouri in the right-hand side. A 485 dial-in for Cook in the right-hand lane. 481 dial-in for Chris Gall on the left-hand side, all the way from Tripp, South Dakota. .003 red for Chris Gall, and Scott Cook goes dead on 8, gets the win on the right-hand side. A reminder, it is 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times. 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times. 5 miles per hour in the pits at all times at Byron Dragway. Courtney Grices and Dylan Gale coming up next. Gale on the right-hand side, a 473 dial-in for Dylan on the right-hand lane from Astoria, Illinois. 429 dial-in for Courtney Grices, I do believe the second quickest car in competition for the 20-year-old from Vermilion, Ohio. .008 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in exactly for Courtney Grices, your winner, left-hand side, at 163 miles per hour. One of the fastest cars in competition this weekend. Car number 321N paired up with Tony Pontillo. Pontillo, a published author in the right-hand lane. Owner-operator of Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. And Tony will break out by 0.05 of a second. Win light goes to Connor Grices at the left-hand side. For the 24-year-old from Vermilion, Ohio, advancing into the next round over Tony Pontillo. Bobby Marquis and Johnny Brannon coming up next. Brannon, on his tech card, says that he holds the distinction of being a 3-time winner of the re-entry round at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals in 2020. That's what he put on his tech card. He went rounds, turned on some win lights. Might have been in the re-entry round. It might have been expensive, but nevertheless, Johnny Brannon back for more. He's paired up with Bobby Marquis from Comanche, Iowa. A lot of racers out of the Comanche, Iowa City. Win light's going to go to Bobby Marquis. 487.7 on the 486 dial-in. 005 reaction time for Bobby Marquis. Johnny Brannon breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Do not forget, re-entries are available. Re-entries are available at the blue tent, blue souvenir tent right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station, directly behind the tower. Make sure you swing on down. $500 is the re-entry fee at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Stephen McRory and Mitchell Vincent at the starting line. Vincent on the right-hand side, a 488 dial-in for Mitchell. 472 dial-in for Stephen McQuarrie into the left-hand lane. And win light to Mitchell Vincent. 1 over the dial-in, 20 on the tree. Taking out Stephen McQuarrie here in the opening round of Dragster Class competition. And that'll now bring up what I do believe to be the only dragster that burns out and keeps it behind the starting line. That is Tim Vincent, 29-year-old CPA from Marengo, Illinois. 509 dial-in for Vincent to the right-hand side, paired up with Ed the Boss Man Bousman, with a 474 dial-in for Bousman into the left-hand lane. A pair of green lights and at the finish line. Win light's going to go to Tim Vincent. 512 and a 509 dial-in. 14 on the tree. Vincent advances into the next round. John Brannon Sr. and Ken Barsuma, your next pair. Barsuma from Fulton, Illinois. Brannon all the way from Florida. Red line for Barsuma by 0.02 of a second. And John Brannon comes away the winner. 009 reaction time. And advancing into the next round. Well, thank you to everyone tuning in and watching on Byron Dragway TV live stream. Hope you're enjoying the races from remote. Wish you were here. Carla Pontillo and Bill Curtis at the starting line right now. Carla Pontillo out of the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Her husband, Tony, bowed out already this round. Pontillo trying to get some redemption for the team. It looks like a problem for the dragster of Carlo Pontillo, as she will slow to a 575, 126 miles per hour. And Bill Curtis comes away the winner. 16 on the tree, 526 on the 5 flat. Dial in Bill Curtis getting the win for Winnebago Walt Gray. Troy Williams Jr. in the Overkill Motorsports entry left-hand side, paired up with Rob Bush. Win light to Troy Williams Jr. The Daytona Beach native gets the win, 20 on the tree, 1 over the dial, and moving on to the next round. Attention to the pits, pink dragsters. Pink dragsters. We are looking for pink dragsters to the lanes, please. We're looking for the pink tech card color dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 1 of eliminations. A reminder, card number 3082. Brian Rambo, potential buy in round number 1. Brian Rambo will report to lane number 2. Brian Rambo, 3082, please report to staging lane number 2. One light to Gary Williams. 008 reaction time and dead on 5. 13 thou, the total package for Gary Williams, a driver that has twice been a runner-up at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals, trying to go one round further this year. Well, I see Grandma Carlene Vincent is tuned in just as she is every weekend on Byron Dragway TV. Thank you for tuning in, Carlene. Hope you are enjoying the show. On a double breakout, Mike Bloomfield is the winner over Corey Pavicic. Almost identical reaction times. On a double breakout, Bloomfield the lesser of the two. Blaine Mayer coming up from Woodstock, Georgia. 475 dial-in for Blaine in the left-hand side, paired up with Jeff Jones. A 484 dial-in for Jones on the right-hand side out of Beloit, Wisconsin. One driver races here on a weekly basis. The other one races here on an annual basis. The Georgia native, the one that comes here once a year. So Blaine Mayer, 475 dial-in left-hand side, 484 dial-in for Jeff Jones on the right-hand side. Jeff Jones, a city worker from the beautiful city of Beloit, Wisconsin. Really heading up all of the beautification missions they have in Beloit. Close race. Identical reaction times at the finish line. Blaine Mayer on a double breakout is your winner left-hand side over Jeff Jones. Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Eric Pavicic on track right now. Pavicic will go red by 0.02 of a second. And Mike Bloomfield Jr. advances to the next round. The driver from the Buckeye State of Fairfield, Ohio, Mike Bloomfield Jr. is your winner. 10 on the tree and 2 over the dial-in. Mike Bloomfield gets the win by virtue of the red light start from Eric Pavicic, who was 002 red. This is Dale Killer Jones from Milan, Illinois. A 463 dial-in for Killer Jones in the left-hand side. Paired up with Andy Schmall doing the driving duties for Bruce Call on the right-hand side. In the dragster from Okeechobee, Florida. The cars from Florida, the drivers from Idaho. Andy Schmall doing the driving duties for Bruce Call on the right-hand side. Dale Killer Jones, left-hand lane. 463 dial-in for Jones. 483 dial-in for Bruce Call. Bruce Call's dragster, driven by Andy Schmall. And by 0.02 of a second, Schmall will go red. Dale Killer Jones advances into the next round. 464.5 and a 463 dial-in. And to bring up our next pair, Ryan Fasano and Ben Haugen. Haugen on the right-hand side, a 459 dial-in for the dragster from Hayward, Minnesota. A short wheelbase dragster for Ben Haugen. Ryan Fasano, left-hand side, a former track champion from Salem, Wisconsin. 483 dial-in for Fasano on the left-hand side, 459 for Ben Haugen. A second call for Pink Dragsters. Pink Dragsters to the lanes, please. Second call. Pink Dragsters to the lanes, please. Second call for round number 1. Pink Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Close race. Ryan Fasano comes away the winner. 007 reaction time and dead on 3. 10,000 total package for Ryan Fasano, getting the win over Ben Haugen. Haugen got there first, breaks out by 1/100th of a second exactly. And Fasano is your winner, left-hand side. 10,000 total package for Ryan Fasano. Bobby Ince Jr., a driver doing double duty this weekend, has a no-box door car as well as this dragster you see on the right-hand side from Kewanee, Illinois. He's also got a Mountain Motor stick shift Chevelle at home. Very cool car that he has there. So Bobby Ince Jr. picked a couple cars out of their fleet this weekend. 516 dial-in for Bobby Ince. Paired up with Brad Antonioni. 487 dial-in for Antonioni out of West Bend, Wisconsin, in the left-hand lane. One light to Brad Antonioni. Bobby Ince Jr. goes red by 0.08 of a second, and Brad Antonioni is your winner on the left-hand side. And that will make way for Noah Rambo from Macomb, Michigan. A 454 dial-in for Rambo on the left-hand side. Noah is paired up with Dan Narshowitz from Newport, Minnesota. Sheet metal worker on the right-hand side. 478 dial-in for Narshowitz. 454 the dial-in for Noah Rambo. So a third call for Pink Dragsters. Pink Dragsters to the lanes, please. Third call, round one, Pink Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Going dead on 9, Noah Rambo is your winner, left-hand side over Dan Narshowitz. Just about a wash off the starting line. Rambo has the closer run to the dial-in and gets the win for the Michigan-based driver, Noah Rambo. Once again, Brian Rambo, 3082, Brian Rambo. You are the potential buy in the opening round of Dragster class competition. Please use staging lane number 2. Brian Rambo, please use staging lane number 2. Brian Lynch coming up now on the left-hand side, paired up with the Long Motorsports entry. I do believe Dustin Long, the driver, in the right-hand side. 457 dial-in for Dustin Long, 489 for Brian Lynch. And Brian Lynch is going to be your winner. 004 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in exactly. And Brian Lynch of Clinton, Iowa, moves on to round number 2. Scott LaBuddy, a former track champion, multi-time track champion. Hit Byron Dragway coming up on the right-hand side. A 476 dial-in for Scott LaBuddy from Freeport, Illinois. He is paired up with Andy Rucker, a car that has seen competition for the second time this round. Rucker in the left-hand side, 555 dial-in. Sharing driving duties with the car between he and Kyle Mackey. Rucker, the car owner. Rucker doing the duties now. 555 dial-in for Rucker left-hand side, 476 dial-in for Scott LaBuddy in the right-hand lane. Win light to Andy Rucker. 15 on the tree and 3 over the dial-in, advance into the next round over Scott LaBuddy into the opening round of competition. So once again, re-entries are available. Re-entries remain available. Re-entries are available. Round 1 re-entry is available. $500. Swing on down to the blue souvenir tent. The blue souvenir tent located right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Michelle Bacon is down there selling the re-entries at this time right by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station directly behind the tower. $500 is the re-entry fee. Mike Pavicic and Doug Foley Jr. Doug Foley Jr., a winner of this event, the Friday race, a couple of years ago. An interesting story about that race. Foley in the right-hand side, Mike Pavicic in the left-hand lane. Pavicic will leave first. Pavicic, red lights. Doug Foley Jr. gets the win on the right-hand side. So Doug Foley Jr. spent many a years with the driving school, doing a lot of foot braking in a dragster. Well, here at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals in a final round appearance, I think by his own admission, had all sorts of problems at the starting line to where he just resorted, truthfully, to foot braking his dragster in the final round on a Friday night here at Byron Dragway. Took home a $30,000 win, foot braking a dragster in the final round. It's an interesting story, and certainly one worth noting. Charlie Hama and Derek Dignitz coming up next. Dignitz on the left-hand side from Slinger, Wisconsin. Charlie Hama, the middle-aged craze. Entry from Davenport, Iowa. Nearly identical reaction times. Win light's going to go to Derek Dignitz, who goes dead on 9 and gets the win in the left-hand side over Charlie Hama, breaking out. Josh Ludke and Slate Cummins coming up next. Cummins on the right-hand side, the Mosier Engineering sponsored dragster from Hammond, Louisiana, and Josh Ludke from Boonville, Indiana, in the left-hand side. Nearly identical reaction times, and Slate Cummins will be the winner on the right-hand side. 006 reaction time for Ludke. 005 for Slate Cummins. Cummins 1 over the dial-in. Ludke 3 over the dial-in. Slate Cummins advances into the next round. Greg Antonioni with a 433 dial-in left-hand side, and Cole Cummings in a right lane. Cummings, another driver from Hammond, Louisiana. Antonioni, the Pro Charged dragster left-hand side from Rubicon, Wisconsin. Both drivers go dead on the dial-in, but Cummins' 007 reaction time was too much for Greg Antonioni. 8 down the total package for Cole Cummings. 007 reaction time and dead on 1, picking up the win on the right-hand side. Greg Antonioni was dead on 8, but 22 at the starting line. Cummins advancing to the next round. Sean Dieters and Jeff Cheney, your next pair. 477 dial-in for Cheney in the right-hand side. 479 for Sean Dieters in the left-hand side. And win line's going to go to Sean Dieters by, well, Jeff Cheney breaks out. Dieters gets there first by 0.06 of a second, is your winner. Going dead on 1, Sean Dieters. A final call for Pink Dragsters. Pink Dragsters, final call to the lanes, please. Final call, Pink Dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 1 of eliminations. Another car from the Chassis Concept, from the Chassis Concepts shop. From Rock Island, Illinois, comes Mick Magner. Left-hand side, a 501 dial-in for Magner. Paired up with Scotty Haas, doing the driving duties for the car that was previously driven and owned by Howard Schleter. The Ellis Manufacturing dragster right-hand side being wheeled by Scotty Haas. Haas will go red by 1/1000th of a second. 001 red for Scotty Haas. Win light goes to Mick Magner, but boy, is it ever good to see the dragster of Howard Schleter back on track. Of course, we had the Howard Schleter Memorial Race Sunday of Memorial Day weekend. It was great to see so many from the team sporting their Howard Schleter Memorial Race t-shirts that day. Brian Robinson and Nick Folk coming up at the starting line. Folk in the right-hand side, a finalist from 1 year ago. No, not in the dragster, but in his Chevrolet Cobalt. Redlet, I believe, by 2 thou in the final round against Wade White, $100,000 final 1 year ago. So Nick Folk and Brian Robinson. And Nick Folk will get the win. 001 reaction time. 10 over the dial-in. And going on to the next round is Nick Folk. Well, the second, I believe, Pro Charged entry of this round, Kevin Robertson of Port Washington, Wisconsin, your Super Pro Box Track Champion from 2020. Kevin Robertson in the left-hand side, 438 dial-in for Robertson, paired up with Adam Sweet of Davis, Illinois, the Modern Solutions Pest Control sponsored entry with a 493, dial in for Adam Sweet in the right-hand lane. Sweet will go red, and Robertson will go into the next round. 436 and a 438, dial in 160 miles per hour for Kevin Robertson. Well, the 2019 NHRA Division III champion, Jay Allen, coming up in the left-hand side with a 5:02 dial-in for the dragster from Utica, Illinois. 5:02 dial-in for Jay Allen in the left-hand side. Paired up with Shane Carr, all the way from Bradenton, Florida, right-hand lane. Carr in the right-hand side, Allen in the left-hand lane. Win light goes to Shane Carr. 2 over the dial-in, 16 on the tree. He is the winner, Jay Allen. 10 on the tree. Had the advantage at the starting line by 6 thou at the start. But he's 4 over the dial-in. 5:06 and a 5:02 dial-in. And Shane Carr comes away the winner in the right-hand side. Coming up next, Brian Folk and Anthony Lane. Brian Folk earlier today had a perfect light, but broke out. Trying to get some redemption here as we are winding down with this opening round of dragster class competition. And Brian Folk on a double breakout will get the win over Anthony Lane. Anthony Lane breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Brian Folk breaks out by 1 thou. Folk, the lesser of the 2 breakouts, gets the win on the right-hand side. B.J. Vangsness to your radio, please. Jay Larson and Dan Kike. We continue on with the opening round of dragster class competition. Jay Larson, the left-hand side. Dan Kike in the right-hand lane. Close race off the starting line at the finish line. Dan Kike on a double breakout is your winner. 473.5 and a 475 dial-in. Jay Larson, 518 with an 8 on the 521 dial-in. Dan Kike, your winner, right-hand side over Larson. Jeff Larson Sr. and Will Holloman are your next pair. Holloman, a professional race car driver from Pine Level, North Carolina. 468 dial-in for Holloman, 533 dial-in for Jeff Larson Sr. Win light to Jeff Larson Sr. Going dead on 2, and he will eliminate the professional race car driver here in the opening round. Greg Rouleau, I believe the last of our Pro Charge entries in this round. A bad, fast dragster on the left-hand side. Beautiful car, too. Not a surface, not painted or polished on this car. From Menominee, Michigan, on the left-hand side of Greg Rouleau. 452 dial-in for Rouleau. Paired up with number JX99. A driver not yet on file on the computer. 491 dial-in on the right-hand side. Greg Rouleau is your winner, right-hand lane. Having issues at the starting line, and Rouleau gets the win, left-hand lane. Mike Bonebright and Bart Nelson, your next pair. Nelson to the right-hand side from LaPorte, Texas. 474 dial-in for Nelson to the right-hand side. Bonebright with a 498 dial-in left-hand lane from Rochelle, Illinois. Bonebright picked up a win out here last year. It was either at the Fall Bracket Nationals or the U.S. Bracket Nationals, Sedona. I cannot recall. But he's been to the winner's circle on more than one occasion in the last 5 years. Can he do it today? In his way is Bart Nelson, a native of Texas, and the Texan will go on to the next round. Dead on 2. Bart Nelson, 474-2 on the 474 dial-in, getting the win over Mike Bonebright. Final call, dragsters. Opening round of the competition, final call, dragster class cars. If you are a dragster that has not run down the track in the opening round, we are almost done with the round. You are officially late. Get there now. Get there now. Brian Rambo, 3082, is our potential buy. Ready and waiting in lane number 2. In the re-entry round of door cars. Ed Nemick, N310, potential buy, the random potential buy in the the re-entry round of door cars. Re-entry door cars, Ed Nemick, N310, potential buy in re-entry door cars. Red light start for Monty Fisher, win light to Shane Pope. John Davis Jr. and Bart Nelson. Well, it's probably not Bart, because I know that Bart just went down the track a moment ago. So a little confusion on the tech card up here, but another entry from Texas on the right-hand side. That might be Donnie Burleson, I do believe, in the right-hand side. And John Davis Jr. into the left-hand lane. Well, this will be the lowest dialed car in competition this weekend. 420 the dial-in for John Davis Jr., the heavy machine, heavy equipment operator from Dunkerton, Iowa. Paired up with the dragster from Texas. And John Davis Jr. will go red by 0.03 of a second. Car number 4601 from Texas gets the win on the right-hand side. Win light to Caleb Beard on the right-hand side over Corey Bradham. So a final call, dragsters. Final call, dragsters to the lanes, please. Final call, dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Brian Kennedy and T.C. Williams. T.C. Williams, hands down the hottest driver at Byron Dragway in 2021. Already has $15,000 in winnings in 2 different race weekends. So Williams from Winnebago and Kennedy from Texas. Win light to T.C. Williams, who goes dead on 6 and goes on to the next round. Dominic Bowden and Hayden Bailey on track right now. Bowden to the left-hand side, Bailey into the right-hand lane. Hayden Bailey with the 5,000s total package, getting the win over Dominic Bowden. 001 reaction time and dead on 4 for Hayden Bailey. 5,000 total package, getting the win over Dominic Bowden. Lester Atkins and Brandon Phillips are your next pair. Ed Nemick, N310, N310, Ed Nemick. Potential buy in the re-entry round of door cars. That is a random buy, a buy that does not carry beyond the re-entry round. Ed Nemick, potential buy in the re-entry round of door cars. Ed Nemick will report to staging lane number 2. We are ready now for our blue no-box door car re-entry. Blue no-box door car re-entry. To the staging lanes, please. Blue no-box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. Lester Atkins, 002 reaction time. 2 over the dial-in, gets the win over Brandon Phillips. Phillips dead on 6, but left too much at the starting line. Bob Chase and Andrew D. Piazza. Oh, Machine Gun Kelly Spears. I do that every time, Sedona. Paired up with Eric Pavicic. So Pavicic driving the Jeff Jones dragster left-hand side. And Machine Gun Kelly Spears in the rear engine dragster with a 482 dial-in. Jeff Jones, Eric Pavicic in the dragster left-hand side. Win line is going to go to Pavicic as Kelly Spears goes red. So second call, blue, no box door car re-entry. Blue, no box door car re-entry. Second call, blue, no box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. Blue, no box door car re-entry to the staging lanes, please. Husband and wife staged up against one another here in the opening round. Neither made it past the first round independently. One's guaranteed to get into the second round, but at the expense of their spouse. So Tony Pontillo in the left-hand side, Carlo Pontillo in the right-hand lane. Husband and wife paired up in the opening round. So Pontillo goes red, Carlo Pontillo goes red, and Tony Pontillo, having issues at the starting line, will get the win in the left-hand side. So once again, blue no box door car re-entry round. Blue no box door car re-entry round to the lanes, please. Ed Nemec N310. Ed Nemec N310. Potential buy in the re-entry round. So Brian Rambo will collect his buy to conclude this round. There will be a new buy in round number 2 of Dragster Class Competition. Re-entry round of door cars set to begin here in just a moment's time. A final call for blue no box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. Final call, blue no box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. All right, here comes the re-entry round for door cars. The blue no-box door cars coming out now. And we're going to put the call out as well for our yellow no-box door cars at this time. Yellow no-box door cars may begin to make their way to the lanes, please. Yellow no-box door cars may begin to make their way to the staging lanes, please. Jason Huggins and Ray Smith kicking things off. This is the re-entry round. These are the blue no-box door cars, yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door cars. We are looking for yellow no-box door cars. Again, Ed Nemec, N310. Potential buy in the re-entry round. A red light start for Ray Smith, and Jason Huggins has raced his way into round number 2. Well, a pair of Byron, Illinois-based drivers, Kip Norup and Eric Grubby Anderson, both hail from the beautiful city of Byron, Illinois. Norup in the left-hand side, the Ford Thunderbird, a 647 dial-in for Kip. And Eric Grubby Anderson, a 484 dial-in on the right-hand side for the Chevrolet Camaro of Eric Grubby Anderson. So we are looking for yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow no-box door cars to the staging lanes, please. Win light to Eric Grubby Anderson. 591 on the 584 dial-in, getting the win over Kip Norup in that pair. Larry Hone and Gene Milton coming up next. Hone on the right-hand side. 67 model Chevrolet Camaro with a 663 dial-in for Hone on the right-hand lane. Gene Milton of Delano, Minnesota, in a Dodge Challenger left-hand lane. So a final call for yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door car re-entry round. Yellow no-box door car re-entry round. To the lanes, please. At the finish line, win light's going to go to Gene Milton. Left-hand side, 667 on the 664 dial-in. Your winner over Larry Hone. Larry Hone was 008 on the Christmas tree, but could not run the number in the Camaro right-hand side. Clay Schlueter and Fred Berardi Jr., your next pair. Pair of Chevrolets. Berardi Jr. on the right-hand side, a 643 dial-in for Fred. In the 75 model Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side, paired up with Clay Schlueter. The Schlueter Racing Chevrolet Malibu from Verona, Wisconsin. And win light's going to go to Clay Schlueter, 684 on the 674 dial-in. And Schlueter advances to round number 2. So again, this is a re-entry round. You do not buy back directly into round number 2. Instead, you do a re-entry round, and the winners of the re-entry round advance into round 2. So Troy Bakey and Todd Hone, another pair at the starting line. Hone all the way from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. 722, the dial-in for Hone in the Chevrolet Camaro. Right-hand side is E28. On a double breakout, Troy Bakey in the Mopar. He'll advance into round number 2. Jim Sibley and Andy Schmall, pair of Chevrolets. Sibley did not think he was going to be here this weekend. He had been out all year waiting on parts for his transmission. The parts came just in time. He tested out here last weekend, and he is back to action. He's got a tough customer here in the re-entry round. That is Andy Schmall, the Chevrolet Beretta from Idaho Falls, Idaho. 614 dial-in for Schmall. 586 dial-in for Jim Sibley. Sibley is going to break out. Andy Schmall is going to advance into the next round. So Andy Schmall will be back for round number 2 in the door car category with that performance. Well, we've got folks tuned in and watching from Texas. We've got people watching from Florida, Warsaw, Poland as well. So a second call for no box re-entry. John Holly gets the win over Taylor Schluter in that round. If you are a no box re-entry and if you have not run yet, you should be in the lanes. A final call for no box re-entry. No box door car re-entry. Final call, no box door car re-entry. Blue or yellow. If you haven't run, you should be in the lanes. As we are almost through with the no box re-entries. Brett Williamson and Aaron Milton at the starting line. We continue on. These are no box re-entries. At the finish line, win line's going to go to Brett Williamson. 2 over the dial and getting the win over Aaron Milton in that pair. Clifford Cerruti and Kenny Nora. A pair of orange race cars. Norup in the Thunderbird, Cerruti in the Nova. We're looking for blue box door car. Blue box door car re-entry round. Blue box door car re-entry round to the lanes, please. Blue box door car re-entry to the lanes, please. Once again, blue box door car re-entry round to the lanes, please. Blue box door car re-entry round to the lanes, please. Clifford Cerruti, Kenny Norup staged up and ready to go. Hard launch for Cerruti, but will it be enough? Kenny Norup was 002 on the Christmas tree and 1 over the dial-in. Cerruti was dead on 3, but left too much at the starting line. Kenny Norup is your winner on the right-hand side over the Master Barber from Rockford, Illinois, Clifford Cerruti. Ricky Pena and Shane Pope. Win light to Ricky Pena. Wow, 001 reaction time and dead on 8. 9 thou, the total package for Ricky Pena. He'll be back for round number 2. Blue box door car, blue box door car. We are looking for blue box door cars to the lanes, please. Blue box door cars to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. Blue box door cars to the lanes, please. Up to 345 tuned in live, watching a Byron Dragway TV. Live courtesy on YouTube. Presented by FTI Performance this weekend. Thank you to the good folks from FTI Performance for supporting the Firecracker Bracket Nationals this weekend. Drew Beal and Brian Dumdye. Win line's going to go to Beal in the Pontiac Le Mans left-hand side. Getting the win over Brian Dumdye in the re-entry round. Hey, an all-star cast of photographers out here today. A special welcome to Terry McGraw, as well as Bill Swanson from WR Swanson Photography and Media. Thank you to Terry. Thank you to Bill. Terry, good to see you are back on the mend and all cleared to come out and shoot photos once more. Good to have Terry McGraw and Bill Swanson capturing the action of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Blue box door car re-entry round. We are looking for you. Ed Nemick, please report to lane number 2. Ed Nemick, please report to staging lane number 2 as you are the potential buy in the re-entry round of door cars. There will be new buy runs in round number 2 of both door car and dragster. In the door car side, round number 2, potential buy will be number 29, Nick Hastings. All right, so the final no boxer paired up with the first boxer as we go to make the switch from the no box to the box transition. Dustin Wirtz all the way from Nampa, Idaho, in what is just his 3rd run down the track in the car right-hand side. The Chevrolet Corvette Roadster from Idaho, Dustin Wirtz with a 541 in dial-in right-hand side. Jason Huggins, 585 dial-in. Paging BJ Vanksness to the tower, please. BJ Vanksness to the tower, please.
Dustin Wirtz, 004 minus, red. The no box car advances. Jason Huggins of Morrison, Illinois, rolls to the next round. All right. Moving on to door cars. Door cars are coming out. Box door cars. Re-entry round. Thank you, TC. Thank you, TC, for caring. All right, here we go. Coming up now, Buck Davenport from Roscoe, Illinois, in a 1967 Chevrolet Camaro, going against, I do believe, Hank Mulligan. All re-entry door cars should be in the lanes. Hank Mulligan and Buck Davenport. Hank Mulligan is your winner at 2 over. They're both at 2 over.
Yellow box door car, yellow box door car. Looking for a yellow box door car. To the lanes, please. Blue box door car re-entry. Blue box door car re-entry is on track right now. Yellow box door car re-entry. To the lanes, please. Yellow box door car re-entry. We are looking for you in the stage lanes now, please. Tori Williams and Travis Reitzel. A new school, old school matchup of Chevrolets at the finish line. Win light's going to go to Tori Williams. 009 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in. 19,000 total package for Tori Williams. Winner in the left-hand side over Travis Reitzel. Mitchell Vincent and, well, not sure who the entry is, in the Roadster right-hand side. 3X69. Well, the win line, nonetheless, will go to Mitchell Vincent, left-hand lane, a 006 reaction time and dead on 5. Check it out, 11,000 total package for Mitchell Vincent. And he will race his way into round number 2. Lane Dickin, hired driver for Ed Bausman. Coming up in the red Chevrolet S10 pickup truck, left-hand side, paired up with Stefan Mraz. In the Wino 76 Buick Regal from Summit, Illinois. 685 dial-in for Mraz, 635 for Lane Dickin. Win light will go to Stefan Mraz. The Wino Chop Top Buick Regal races his way into round number 2. This is Brian Kennedy from Odessa, Texas, in a left-hand lane, a 1938 Chevrolet Roadster, paired up with Nick Gaines. Gaines, a finalist in the Firecracker Bracket Nationals about 3 years ago. In the Mustang right-hand side, 490 dial-in for Gaines, 558 for Kennedy. Both drivers leaving too soon, but true start, giving the win to Brian Kennedy, the lesser of the two red lights at the starting line. So a final call for box door car re-entry. Box door car re-entry. Our potential buy is there in lane number 2. Ed Nemec is there. So if you are a box door car re-entry, if you have not been down the track this round, you should be in the staging lanes. We are nearly through the re-entry round for door car competition. Jerry Kloss and Steve Volk, your next pair. Kloss in the S10 pickup truck left-hand side, a 639 dial-in for Jerry Kloss. 628 in the right-hand side for Steve Volk. Kloss will go red, 009 red in the pickup truck. Steve Volk, your winner. 002 reaction time, 627.3 on the 628 dial-in for Steve Volk. Everett K coming up in the left-hand side. Chevrolet Malibu, 6-flat dial-in, paired up with Bob Chase. Beautiful bright orange Chevy 2 with the Johnny's Heavy Duty Towing sponsorship from Plainfield, Illinois. Bob Chase. Win light to Everett K, left-hand side, 601 on the 6-flat dial-in, 111 miles per hour. Getting the win over Bob Chase. Blake Vangsness in Myron Street coming up next. Street in the Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side, called the Agitator from St. Cloud, Minnesota. 682 dial-in for Street, 680 the dial-in for Blake Vangsness. The 19-year-old from Rockford, Illinois, the teenager. 680 dial-in, 682 for Myron Street, the Agitator. Who will it be, the teenager or the agitator at the stripe? Win light's going to go to the teenager. Blake Vangsness, 009 reaction time. Double breakout. He breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Myron Street breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Vangsness, the lesser of the two breakouts, is your winner. And he has raced his way back into round number 2. Ryan McCann, a $3,000 race winner from earlier this year. Like 2 weeks ago exactly. He's on the left-hand side. Chevrolet Nova from Madison, Wisconsin, 684 dial-in for McCann. He is paired up with Slate Cummings, right-hand side, the Mosier Engineering Chevy 2 from Hammond, Louisiana. Dustin Long and John Davis Jr. John Davis Jr. had a wheel stand of about 75 feet in the opening round on the right-hand side. The Chevy 2 from Dunkerton, Iowa. Not quite as photogenic this time, but a good one nonetheless. But a red light for John Davis Jr. Win light to Dustin Long on the left-hand side. 522.9 on the 524 dial-in. Dustin Long is your winner for the driver from South Dakota. Gary Wood and Super Bill Budisoff A pair of cars whose combined wheelbase is still less than that of a rear-engine dragster. Wood in the purple Pinto from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, 618 to dial in for Gary Wood. And Super Bill Butisov, that short wheelbase 74 Buick Opal from Naperville, Illinois. 630 dial in for Super Bill with Super Dawn looking on. Well, the cars might be short on wheelbase, but that one was long on excitement. Gary Wood goes dead on 1. Super Bill goes 005. And Super Bill Butisov is your winner on the right-hand side. Andrew Seymour out of Chesterfield, Indiana. Beautiful 1967 Chevrolet Camaro, complete with the Bumblebee stripe on the front. That is a Rally Sport feature. Paired up with Machine Gun Callie Spears, who's doing double duty in a dragster and a door car. And this one is a close one. Almost identical off the starting line at the finish line. Win light to Andrew Seymour. 14 on the tree, dead on 4. What a performance for Andrew Seymour. He's going to go in round number 2. BJ Vangsness. Dave Hansel and Lou Roush on track. Win light's going to go to Dave Hansel. Dead on 1 for Dave Hansel. Advancing to the next round. So Ansel advances into the next round. Here comes Ricky Pena and Brian Folk. Brian Folk in the opening round of competition had a perfect reaction time, but broke out. I believe we saw almost 6 perfect lights in the opening round between door cars and dragsters. What a show it was. And I think everyone tuning in and watching on Byron Dragway TV can agree. No one is leaving anything on the starting line this weekend. Red light start for Brian Folk. Ricky Pena is your winner. 008 reaction time for Ricky Pena. The potential buy for the re-entry round of dragsters is Jay Larson. Jay Larson, potential buy in the re-entry round of dragsters. Jay Larson, potential buy in re-entry round of dragsters. With that, we are ready for Green Dragster re-entry. Green Dragster re-entry to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. Green Dragster re-entry to the lanes, please. Again, potential buy in the re-entry round of dragsters is number 3906, Jay Larson. 3906, Jay Larson, potential buy in the re-entry round of of dragsters. Chuck Roycraft and Mike Schlater on track right now. Identical 0-11 reaction times, double breakout. Win line's going to go to Chuck Roycraft in the left-hand lane. Get in the win over Mike Schlater. Again, Jay Larson, 3906 potential buy in the re-entry round of dragster class competition. Kevin Swartz and Alex Bosek coming up next. Bosek in the Dodge Neon from Chicago, Illinois. The A-Trends Auto and Truck Shop entry. Over 2 seconds here, the head start for the Malibu of Kevin Swartz. Swartz will break out. Alex Bosek goes dead on 8 and gets the win in the Top Sportsman Dodge Neon from Chicago, Illinois. Getting the win for the A-Trends Auto and Truck Accessory Shop entry for Alex Bosek. Once again, Green Dragster re-entry, we are looking for you. Green Dragster re-entry, we are looking for Green Dragster re-entry round to the lanes, please. Bryce Miller and Johnny DiPiazza. DiPiazza, Chevrolet Vega, right-hand side of Greenfield, Wisconsin. 619 the dial-in for DiPiazza. 552 the dial-in for Bryce Miller. The left-hand side, a beautiful 69 Chevrolet Camaro Super Sport, right-hand side from Maple Lake, Minnesota. And the win line's going to go to Bryce Miller. 552 with the 2 on the 552 dial-in. Dead on 2 and 24 on the tree. Johnny DiPiazza was 21 on the tree. Got there first, broke out by 1/1000th of a second. And Ed Nemick now, the potential buy for the re-entry round of door cars, will get the Byron here to end this round. He'll automatically go into round number 2 of door car class competition. And Ed Nemick, dead on 6, 004 red. That's a wrap for the re-entry round of door car competition. Green Dragster re-entry round. Green Dragster re-entry round. We are looking for Green Dragster re-entry round to the lanes, please. Again, Jay Larson, 3906. Jay Larson, 3906. Potential buy in the re-entry round of dragsters. While it's quiet, a reminder, round 2 of door car, car number 29, Nick Hastings. Entry number 29, Nick Hastings, potential buy in round 2 of door car. In round 2 of dragsters, 351V, Dennis DiValerio. 351V, Dennis DiValerio, potential buy in round 2 of dragsters. Anthony Lane, Jeff Cheney leading things off. Re-entry round of dragsters. 485 dial-in for Anthony Lane, 508 for Jeff Cheney on the right-hand side. A pair of green lights on the tree. One over the dial-in. Anthony Lane gets the win. Cheney was dead on 9, but left a little too much at the starting line, and Anthony Lane will get the win left-hand side, advancing into round number 2. Chad Braden and Dominic Bowden, your next pair. Bowden coming up in the right-hand side. Always an aggressive burnout for Bowden into the right lane. A 468 dial-in for him. A beautiful rear-engine dragster, does all the paint and body work himself. It's what he does for a living. 468 dial-in for Dominic Bowden. 508 to dial-in for Chad Braden, left-hand side. Bradham of Rockford, Illinois. Do not forget, for all of your food and beverage needs this weekend, the award-winning Dragway Diner is open all weekend for all of your food and beverage needs this weekend. Souvenirs are available. Souvenirs do remain available at the Blue Souvenir Tent, located beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Swing on down and get your souvenirs. A wide variety, including some flex fit caps as well as dry fit shirts. Chad Bradham and Dominic Bowden at the finish line. Win light, Chad Bradham with a 008 reaction time and 2 over the dial-in, getting the win in the left-hand side over Dominic Bowden. Bowden breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Stephen McCrory coming up from Taylorsville, Georgia. Pink Dragster re-entry. Pink Dragster re-entry to the lanes, please. Pink Dragster re-entry to the staging lanes, please. Pink Dragster re-entry to the staging lanes, please. Pink Dragster re-entry. We are looking for Pink Dragster re-entry to the lanes, please. Jay Larson, 3906. Jay Larson, 3906. Potential buy. We need you to lane 2, please. Jay Larson to lane number 2. Ken Barsima getting the win over Stephen McCrory. McCrory, 2 over the dial-in, 10 on the tree. Barsima, 1 over the dial-in, 18 on the tree. Margin of victory, 0.06 of a second in favor of Ken Barsima. Greg Antonioni with an ultra-quick 433 dial-in left-hand side. Pro-charged dragster from Rubicon, Wisconsin. And Garrett Griffith from Alexandria, Kentucky. 452 dial-in for Griffith on the right-hand side. 18 years of age for Garrett Griffith. Going dead on 7, Garrett Griffith gets the win right-hand side, as Greg Antonioni is 1 over the dial-in. So 18 on the tree for Antonioni, 15 on the tree for Garrett Griffith. Griffith gets there first, takes him through by 0.08 of a second, and that's your margin of victory. A red line start for the Overkill Motorsports entry in Brandon Phillips. Will advance to the next round. 005 reaction time for Phillips. 525 with a 5 on a 526 dial-in. Phillips is your winner right-hand lane. Coming up next, this is Kyle Mackey, who is sharing the driving duties of this dragster on the left-hand side with Andy Rucker. 552 dial-in for Kyle Mackey, left-hand side. 477 dialing for Dan Narshowitz in the right-hand lane, the Newport, Minnesota native, in a 2000 American chassis dragster. 477 dialing for Narshowitz. 552 dialing for Kyle Mackey. Win light to Kyle Mackey, his first time in competition with that rear-engine dragster, and he finds himself going into round number 2 at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. This is the biggest payout in Byron Dragway track history. Not what we had planned for the weekend, but Mother Nature quickly altered that over the last couple of days. So everything's been combined, rolled into one giant race. Nate Kelly and Ed Bousman. Bousman, the wily veteran on the right-hand side. Kelly, the young gun from Tinley Park, Illinois. Gone Batty, that's the name of Nate Kelly's dragster. And Ed Bousman will get the win right-hand side. 7th out total package for Ed Bousman. 004 reaction time and dead on 3. The boss man flexes his muscle in the re-entry round. Andy Schmall driving the dragster that is owned by Bruce Call of Okeechobee, Florida. So the dragsters from Florida, the drivers from Idaho. And they meet in the middle, come to Byron Dragway so that they can race. 481 dial-in for Schmall on the right-hand side. 483 the dial-in for Chris Gall, the Gall Star TV entry. Gall's Auto Repair, left-hand side. 483 for Gall. 481 for Schmall. Almost heads up. And win light to Chris Gall on a double breakout. Gall exactly 1 under the dial-in. Schmall breaking out by 13 thou. 3 thousandths, that's the difference in breakouts. That's the margin of victory for Chris Gall in the left-hand lane. Mike Bonebright and Shane Pope coming up next. Pope on the right-hand side, a 478 dial-in for the dragster. Is owned and operated and tuned and maintained by car owner Bruce Van Stratton. Bruce standing trackside watching his car. Mike Bonebright, left-hand side, a former champion of the U.S. Bracket Nationals and the Fall Bracket Nationals. A tough customer on the left-hand side. 2 regulars at Byron Dragway. And 2 drivers that regularly find themselves in the late rounds at the Playground of Power. And the win line's going to go to Mike Bonebright. Pope was dead on 3. Bonebright 1 over the dial-in, 13 on the tree for Bonebright, 33 on the tree for Pope. 11th out, margin of victory for Mike Bonebright in the left-hand lane. So again, another call for Pink Dragster re-entry round. Pink Dragster re-entry round to the lanes, please. Pink Dragster re-entry round to the lanes, please. Francis Moeller Jr. and Shane Carr coming up now. Carr all the way from Bradenton, Florida. Francis Moeller from Neenah, Wisconsin. Neenah, home of a great big metal foundry. And Shane Carr on a double breakout comes away the winner in the right-hand lane over Francis Moeller Jr. Mike Pavicic, Corey Pavicic, re-entry round. Mike in the left-hand lane, Corey in the right-hand side. And Mike Pavicic, 003 reaction time and dead on one. Fourth foul, total package for Mike Pavicic. Might be the tightest package we have seen all day today. Right there for Mike Pavicic. Brian Kennedy coming up now, and Ryan Paskey. Paskey in the right-hand side from Oronico, Minnesota with a 497 dial on the right-hand side. Kennedy all the way from Odessa, Texas. 459 the dial in for Brian Kennedy. Both drivers won over the dial-in. This race decided at the starting line. Kennedy was 18 on the tree to Paskey's 22. Brian Kennedy, Odessa, Texas. He gets the win left-hand side. 0.03 of a second is his margin of victory in the left-hand lane going on to the next round. Brian Kennedy. Johnny Brannon and Carla Pontillo. Pontillo driving the entry out of the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Kenosha, Wisconsin. There are places that claim to be a one-stop shop, but they claim that. They don't live up to it the way Don's Auto Parts does. From complete engine building and rebuilding, drive shaft construction, a chassis dyno, crank grinding, starter and alternator, same-day repairs and rebuilding. They really do it all at Don's Auto Parts. So Carla Pontillo and Johnny Brannon at the finish line. Win line's going to go to Johnny Brannon. 467 on the 464 dial-in. Brandon is your winner in the left-hand side. That'll bring up Corey Bradham and Rob Bush. Bush in the right-hand side from Rio, Illinois. Are you aware of the whereabouts of Rio, Illinois? Due north of Galesburg, just northwest of Peoria. So Rob Bush, a 502 dial-in the right-hand side. 518 for Corey Bradham from Loves Park. Mr. Banksness, I assume you know the whereabouts of Loves Park, Illinois. Win light to Rob Bush. The Rio native is your winner, dead on 5. Getting the win. If you are a re-entry dragster and you have not made your way to the lanes yet, if you are a re-entry dragster and you have not been down the track, you should be in the staging lanes as we are nearing the end of this re-entry round of dragsters. So re-entry round of dragsters, make sure you are in the lanes. If you have not been down the track, you should be in the lanes as this round will go quick as we are almost through this round. And Dominic Bowden going to get the win over Ben Haugen in that pair. 12 on the tree and dead on 6. 18th out of package for Dominic Bowden. Getting the win over Ben Haugen. Haugen was 006 on the tree. He got there first, but broke out by 1,000th of a second. Wow, that is some tight drag racing. Dylan Gale and Dustin Long coming up next. Long on the right-hand side, a 456 dial-in for the rear engine dragster. And Dylan Gale, right-hand side, Dylan Gale, of Astoria, Illinois. 475 dial-in for Dylan. Dead on 6, 13 on the tree, 19th out. Total package for your winner, Dylan Gale in the left-hand side, getting the win over Dustin Long. Scott Labuddy, your winner, dead on 2 in the left-hand side, getting the win over Donnie Burleson. Johnny Carter from Hobbs, New Mexico. All the way from Hobbs, New Mexico. Hobbs, I believe, somewhere around Area 51. And Eric Pavicic, the journeyman lineman from Polo, Illinois. At the finish line, win line's going to go to Eric Pavicic, who is dead on 0. and 11 on the tree. Bobby Ince Jr. and Scotty Haas. Scotty Haas doing the driving duties for the Howard Schleter driven dragster. Good to see the car back on the track. And good to see the car going rounds. The Howard Schleter owned and formerly driven rear engine dragster as wheeled by Scotty Haas this weekend in his memory. Goes on to the next round. 490 with the 4 on the 488 dial-in. Scotty Haas advance into the next round. Lester Adkins and Ted Cannon. Your next pair. Cannon on the right-hand side. Adkins left-hand lane. A final call if you are a re-entry dragster. If you are a re-entry dragster, you should be in the lanes, please. If you are a re-entry dragster and you have not been down the track, you should be in the lanes. We are almost through with the re-entry round of dragsters. So Lester Adkins from Corydon, Kentucky, and Ted Cannon from Rochelle, Illinois. 48 dial-in for Ted Cannon, 464 for Lester Adkins. Dead on 3, Lester Adkins is your winner with a 003 reaction time, a 6 down total package. None of that really matters, though, because Ted Cannon was red. Nevertheless, a great run for Lester Adkins. Adam Sweet and Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Winlight to Adam Sweet. The Modern Solutions Pest Control entry from Davis, Illinois. Scores the win. 2 over the dial-in. 495.5 and 493 dial-in. And an 11 on the tree. Jeff Cheney, Monty Fisher. We are nearly through this re-entry round of dragsters. I believe we've got a double dragster we are just waiting on. Well, a pair of red lights. And True Start not exactly altering the outcome of this one. Fisher goes red first. And Fisher goes red the worst. 008 red for Monty Fisher. 002 red for Jeff Cheney. So Jeff Cheney will come back for round number 2 of dragsters. John Davis Jr., a 423 dial into the left-hand side. Pro-charged entry, a lot of power on the left-hand side, paired up with Brandon Phillips. About a half a second here. The head start for Phillips. Brandon Phillips shuts it down early. He'll get the win. John Davis Jr. has a problem with the car. Loses a few parts along the way. Car comes to rest about the 250-foot mark out there, so they'll run on down and tilt the car off the top end of the track or push it back. An unfortunate sight for John Davis Jr. who suffers a mechanical failure of some sort just off the starting line. Sounds like it may be a drive shaft failure for John Davis Jr. And not a lot of shops do new build or rebuild drive shafts, but one does in the area. Up in Kenosha, Wisconsin, that's Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. Give them a call, 262-658-3737. If you find yourself with a broken or disabled or in need of repair drive shaft, they've got state-of-the-art equipment as well as the experience and know-how to service drive shafts of all types, sizes, materials, and construction style. Could be a one-piece or a two-piece drive shaft. They do it all. So make sure you give them a call or look them up online, dons-auto.com, 262-658-3737. Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop, a proud sponsor of Byron Dragway. All right, round number 2 of Blue No Box Door Car. Blue No Box Door Car to the lanes, please. A reminder, car number 29. Nick Hastings is potential buy in round number 2 of Door Cars. We are now looking for blue no box door car. Blue no box door car. To the lanes, please, for round number 2, eliminations. Odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. Blue no box door car, round number 2. To the staging lanes, please. All right, so the dragster of John Davis Jr. will clear the top end of the racetrack, and we are ready to resume. Your final pair in this re-entry round of dragsters. It'll be Jay Larson and Will Holloman to conclude this round. Holloman on the right-hand side, professional race car driver from Pine Level, North Carolina. 466 dial-in for Holloman on the right-hand lane, and Jay Larson from Beloit. 518 dial-in for Larson, left-hand side. 466 for Will Holloman in the right-hand lane. A red light for Larson, a win light for Will Holloman. Holloman will advance into the second round of Dragster Class competition. And this is round number 2 now. Door car class competition. Clay Schrader and Frank Valencia beginning the round. Valencia in a Pontiac Firebird with a 618 dial-in. Schrader 673 in the Malibu left lane. Schrader leaves first. Here comes Valencia. This is round number 2 competition. With every round, the competition ratchets up even higher and higher. Win line to Clay Schrader, left-hand side. 20 on the tree, 677 on the 673 dial-in. Valencia closer to the dial-in, but left too much at the starting line. Gene Milton and Dan Beal coming up next. Beal on the right-hand side from Hillsdale, Illinois. 659 dial-in for Beal in the right lane. 662 for Gene Milton out of Delano, Minnesota. The Dodge Challenger. Win light to Gene Milton, 664 on the 662 dial-in. Gene Milton eliminating Dan Beal here in round number 2 of eliminations. Hey, we are ready now for yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door cars. You may begin to make your way to the lanes, please. Yellow no-box door cars may begin to make their way to the lanes, please. Again, number 29, Nick Hastings. Car number 29, Nick Hastings, is the potential buy here in round number 2. Jason Huggins and Todd Hone. Huggins in the Pagel wagon, Hone in the Firebird. Win light going to go to Todd Hone, right-hand side. 10 on the tree, 602.9 on the 6 flat dial-in. Todd Hone, your winner in the Pontiac Firebird from Oklahoma. Even further out west than Oklahoma comes Andy Schmall out of Idaho Falls, Idaho. 615 dial-in for Schmall on the left-hand side. 585 the dial-in for Eric Grubby Anderson, right-hand lane. The driver is from Byron. The race car from Janesville, Wisconsin. And a win light to Andy Schmall. 004 reaction time. 2 over the dial-in. He'll advance into the next round. Anderson also 2 over. But he was 33 on the tree to Schmall's 004. So we have already called the blue no box door cars. We are now looking for yellow no box door car round number 2. Yellow no box door car round number 2 to the lanes, please. Yellow no box door car round number 2 to the lanes, please. A red line start for Joe Covert. And he shuts the Pontiac down early, coasting through. Just a 903 on the 588 dial-in. Maureen Lancaster is your winner, 659 on the 654 dial-in. Covert goes red, Lancaster goes on. Roger Morris, the owner-operator of Divine Concrete. In the left-hand side, paired up with Kenny Norup from Norup Trenching, based out of Byron, Illinois. Norup on the right-hand side, a 588 dial-in for Kenny. 671 the dial-in for Roger Morris. Excuse me, 671 the dial-in for Roger Morris, 588 for Kenny Norup. Norup with the starting line advantage. He'll get the win. 19 on the tree and 6 over the dial-in. Kenny Norup advancing into round number 3. So we are looking for our yellow no box door cars. Yellow no box door cars. We are now looking for yellow no box door cars to the lanes, please. Jason Charlton, the Aces, Chevrolet Nova with a 675 dial-in. And Richard Mason with the Buick on the right-hand side. $675 for Charlton, $674 for Mason. Almost heads up. They leave wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle. Staring each other dead in the eye at the finish line. Win line to Richard Mason, who is 1 over the dial-in and dead on, or 005 at the starting line, Richard Mason. Got to bring up Nick Hastings. His first of 2 entries in this round. Hastings also a potential bye at the end of round number 2 door car competition. Again, yellow no box door cars, yellow no box door cars. We are looking for yellow no box door cars to the lanes, please. Big matchup right here. Ricky Pena and Nick Hastings. Pena, the rum runner, Chevy 2 with a 644 dial in the left-hand lane. And Nick Hastings, right-hand side, in the 1981 Pontiac T1000. Unbelievable race off the starting line, and at the finish line, win line's going to go to Nick Hastings with the best package of the weekend. A 001 reaction time Going dead on one, 2,000, the total package for Nick Hastings in the right-hand lane. Troy Bakey and John Holly, your next pair. A pair of Mopars coming up at the line. Troy Bakey and John Holly, once again, 2 Mopars, duking it out in round number 2 at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Well, 2 Mopars go down, but only one will come back. That'll be John Holly. He was 004 at the Christmas tree and dead on 9. 13,000 total package for John Holly, as Troy Bakey will be 008 red at the starting line. So if you are a no-box door car and you are in round number 2, if you have not been on the track yet this round, make sure you report to the staging lanes, as we are going to be winding down with our no-box door car round number 2. Win light to Jim Laughlin. The gentleman gets the win. 003 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in. Boney 1 over as well, but he is 28 at the tree. 003 reaction time for gentleman Jim Laughlin, scoring the win in the right-hand lane. That'll bring up Rob Livingston and Jeremy Bousman. Bousman, a former $100,000 champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals 2 years ago on this day. 609 on the right-hand side. It's a dial-in for Jeremy Bousman. 619 for Rob Livingston. And the Chevy 2 left-hand lane. Mike Southwick and Darren Burkhardt coming out next. Burkhardt on the right-hand side. The 1981 Pontiac Grand Prix from Winnebago, Illinois. 7 flat the dial-in for Darren Burkhardt. 625 the dial-in for Mike Southwick, and the 70 Chevelle from Stillman Valley, Illinois. The metal flake really, really glistening on that Chevelle left-hand side as the sun begins to poke through the clouds. That's what sunlight looks like, Mr. Stiles. We've hardly seen any of it in the last several days. Win light to Darren Burkhardt, who is dead on 9 in the right-hand side in getting the win over Mike Southwick. Coming up next, Colton Lane and Aaron Johnson. Pair of Chevrolet Camaros. 24 years removed from the assembly line from each other. Lane, a 1999 model from Fulton, Illinois. Aaron Johnson, a 1975 Chevrolet Camaro. Win light to Colton Lane in the left-hand lane, getting the win over Aaron Johnson. We're now looking for Blue Box Door Car. Round number 2, Blue Box Door Car. Blue Box Door Car. Round number 2 to the lanes, please. Attention to the pits. Blue Box Door Car. Blue Box Door Car. To the lanes, please, for round number 2. Blue Box Door Car to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Blue Box Door Car to the lanes, please. Steve Brings and Cameron Mason, your next pair. Mason on the right-hand side, a former $30,000 champion of this prestigious event from 2 years ago. She's in a 1997 Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side from Winnebago, Illinois. 688 dial-in for Cameron Mason. 576 for Steve Breen out of Howard, Minnesota in the 64 Ford Falcon. Brings has it outside the groove. He wheels it back in, but Cameron Mason gets the win on the right-hand side. 689.5 on the 688 dial-in. Mason gets the win by 8 thou at the stripe over Steve Brings. A second call for blue box door cars. Blue box door cars to the lanes, please. Round number 2. Blue box door car, round 2 to the lanes, please. Blue box door car, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Brett Williamson and Brandon Schmall. Wow, 2 heavy hitters. Staged up and ready to go in this round. .612 dial-in for Williamson in the left-hand side. 669 the dial-in for Brandon Schmall into the right-hand lane. And by 5 thousandths of a second, Brett Williamson gets the round win over Brandon Schmall. Schmall is 2 over. Williamson is 1 over. 22 on the tree for Williamson. 17 on the tree for Schmall. Brett Williamson advances into round number 3. Rick Carker and Brando Carlson. Coming up now, Carlson on the right-hand side, a truck driver from Montgomery, Illinois. 594 dial-in for Carlson on the right-hand side. Carker, a beautiful 63 Ford Falcon from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Convertible top and all, this is a gorgeous car. Nearly identical reaction times at the stripe. Win light to Brando Carlson, who is 2 over the dial-in and getting the win. Margin of victory, 3 thousandths of a second for Brando Carlson over Rick Carker. Bruce Hunter getting the win over Kevin Lancaster. Here in round number 2, Mark Marusek and Jason Huggins, your next pair. Huggins right-hand side, a 585 dial-in. For the driver from Morrison, Illinois, 619 for Mark Marusek. And a new car for the 2021 season. And boy, is that thing sharp. Immaculate car for Mark Marusek at the left-hand side. Did all the paint and bodywork himself. Marusek will go red by 3 thousandths, and Jason Huggins is your winner. 002 light dead on 7, 9 thou total package for Jason Huggins in the right-hand side over Mark Marusek. Drew Beal and Ed Banderlix Jr. Red light start for Ed Banderlix Jr. and the no boxer. Drew Beal is your winner, left-hand side, going dead on 6. So in the previous pair, that was a no boxer, eliminating a boxer at the transition point between no box and box tour car competition. And now we are all boxers from here on out in this round. Well, with exception for Nick Hastings, who is the potential buy. That is a no box entry. Number 29, Nick Hastings, who will report to lane number 2. Nick Hastings to lane number 2, please. Garrett Griffith and Andrew D. Piazza. D. Piazza on the right-hand side from Long Grove, Illinois. Chevrolet Camaro with a 529 dial-in. Garrett Griffith, Chevy S10 pickup truck. 18 years of age from Alexandria, Kentucky. 1 second, just about the difference here in dial-in. 628 for Griffith, left-hand side. 529 for D. Piazza in the right-hand lane. Win light to Andrew D. Piazza, 533 on the 529 dial-in. Starting line advantage to D. Piazza. He is your winner. Daryl Vincent and Ed Bousman. A lot of experience at the starting line in this pair. Bousman to the right-hand side. Vincent in the left-hand lane. Pair of pickup trucks here in round number 2. Dead on 8. Ed Bousman is your winner. In the right-hand side, Ed Bousman gets the win, right-hand lane. Dave Ansel in the Chevelle right-hand side. Jim Zink in the 62 Chevy 2 left-hand lane. So Zink left-hand side, Ansel right-hand lane. Again, we are still in round number 2 of door car class competition. The trackside lights are illuminated as we are getting ready for nighttime under the light racing at Byron Dragway tonight. Dead on 9, 004, Dave Ansel is your winner. Zink was red. Ansel is the winner. Dustin Long and Ed Nemec staged up. Long in the Roadster, Nemec in the Corvette. Win line's going to go to Dustin Long, the left-hand side by 0.02 of a second. Dead on 120 on the tree. He gets the win. Nemec was 008 at the starting line. But 15th thou over the dial-in. Long gets the win in the Roadster, left-hand side. The 19-year-old Blake Vangsness coming up now from Rockford, Illinois. 69 model Chevrolet Camaro with a 679 dial-in left-hand side. Paired up with Stephen Mraz. That is the Wino Chop Top 76 Buick Regal from Summit, Illinois. And Mraz is leaving too soon. Vangsness advancing to the next round. 676.3 on the 679 dial-in. Blake Vangsness with a 009 reaction time. We'll be back for round number 3. Hunter Patton and Aaron Milton coming up now. Milton in the right-hand side, the Pontiac Firebird from Delano, Minnesota. Hunter Patton from Floyd Knobs, Indiana with the 4-door Malibu wagon, left-hand side, 617 dial-in for Patton. Big wheels-up launch for Patton. Carries it out about 100 feet, and at the finish line, win line's going to go to Aaron Milton in the right-hand lane. Mr. Swanson, I hope you got a photo of that one. That was. He did. He never misses a shot. Great to have Terry McGraw and Bill Swanson out here shooting all the action from the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Mitchell Vincent and Alex Rissy coming up now. Rissy in the right-hand side from Altoona, Iowa. A 25-year-old X-ray technician. So a 567 dial-in for Rissy on the right-hand side. Mitchell Vincent dialed in at a 589. In the Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side from St. Charles, Illinois. Another good race off the starting line and at the finish line. Win light's going to go to Alex Rissy. Mitchell Vincent was 001 on the Christmas tree. 2 over the dial-in at the stripe in Rissy. Will get the win right-hand side. 1 over the dial-in, 11 on the tree. Your next pair, Justin Ford and Colin Estes. 601 dial-in for Estes, left-hand side. 568 for Justin Ford, the Chevelle from Channahon, Illinois. Tanner McDonald and Ben Haugen at the starter line. Haugen to the right-hand side, the 72 Mustang Mach 1. That car was a final round contender at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals in 2018. And Haugen will get the win over Tanner McDonald. Dead on 2 for Ben Haugen, scoring the win on the right-hand side for the construction worker from Minnesota. And that'll bring up our next pair, Joe Hansen and Tori Williams. Williams in the left-hand side, a 69 Chevrolet Nova from Winnebago, Illinois. 583 the dial-in for Tori Williams. 608 for Joe Hansen on the right-hand side. And Joe Hansen gets the win right-hand side, going dead on 6. Close race, 12 on the tree for Williams, 16 on the tree for Hansen. Joe Hansen is dead on 6 and going on to the next round. We are looking for yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow box door cars to the staging lanes, please. Yellow box door cars to the staging lanes, please. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Brian Kennedy from Odessa, Texas, in the left-hand side. The Chevy Roadster, paired up with Hank Mulligan. Mulligan driving a Mustang that is double-entered with the potential bye in this round, Nick Hastings. So Mulligan right-hand side. And Brian Kennedy, left-hand lane. Red light start for Kennedy. And Hank Mulligan will come back around for round number 3. 10 on the tree. Mulligan is your winner. Kevin Wilbur and Mike Hobson. Pair of regulars at Byron Dragway. Wilbur on the left-hand side from Burlington, Wisconsin. Hobson from Freeport. Red light start for Hobson. Win light to Kevin Wilbur. You can see Wilbur's father with his hands in the air, celebrating a round 2 win. Randy Folk and Joe Schwal, your next pair of veteran drivers at the starting line. That is a hard-launching 64 Chevrolet Corvette of Randy Folk on the right-hand side at the finish line. Win light going dead on 6 is Randy Folk. About a wash at the starting line, 34 on the tree for Schmal, 30 on the tree for Folk. Folk goes dead on the dial-in, and he'll go on to round number 3. Chuck Roycraft and Vince Magracina, your next pair. Once again, yellow box door cars. Yellow box door cars, we are looking for you. Yellow box door cars to the lanes, please. So Chuck Roycraft on the left-hand side of the Chevrolet Nova paired up with the Monza of Vince Magracina from Pecatonica, Illinois. Boy, another good one off the starting line. And Magracina is going to be your winner. 005 reaction time, 2 over the dial-in. Magracina picks up a round 2 win. Lane Zudima now from Zimmerman, Minnesota. The pickup truck left-hand lane, a 661 dial-in for Zudima. And he is paired up with Steve Folk. Folk, the 2-door, 65 Chevy 2 wagon from Durand, Illinois. Folk in the right-hand side, Zudima in the left-hand lane. Yellow box door car, round number 2. Yellow box door car, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Yellow box door car, round at number 2 to the lanes, please. A final call, yellow box door car to the lanes, please, for round at number 2. Lane Zundima and Steve Folk at the finish line. Win light's going to go to the wagon. Steve Folk will go 629.9 on the 628 dial-in. Scott Sanders and Slate Cummins. Pair of Chevy 2s on track. Win light to Slate Cummings in the right-hand lane. 570 with a 2 on the 566 dial-in. Slate Cummings victorious over Scott Sanders here in round number 2. And this one is a monster matchup. Brett Williamson and Nick Folk. In round number 2 of eliminations, Folk is the finalist in this car from 1 year ago. That Chevy Cobalt was racing for the $100,000 top prize 1 year ago. Came home the runner-up, a 584 dial-in for Folk on the right-hand side, 568 dial-in for Brett Williamson in the Ford Thunderbird left-hand lane out of Rockford, Illinois. And neither driver given an inch. Too close to call at the finish line. Win light to Nick Folk. Check this one out. 006 for Brett Williamson. 004 for Nick Folk. Williamson gets there first. He breaks out. Folk goes dead on 9. 004 and dead on 9. What a performance for Nick Folk. Bryce Miller and Steve Marquis coming up next. There are beautiful Chevrolets from the 60s. Miller in the left-hand side. The Camaro from Maple Lake, Minnesota. Marquis in the Chevy 2 from Comanche, Iowa in the right-hand lane. Head start's going to go to the Chevy 2. Bryce Miller will try to reel him in before the 8th mile. At the stripe, win light. Steve Marquis, right-hand side, 584 and a 583 dial-in. Almost identical reaction times. Miller gets there first, breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. And Steve Marquis is victorious in the right-hand side. Coming up next, Mike Bloomfield Sr. from Hamilton, Ohio. Left-hand lane, a 626 dial-in for Bloomfield. 634 dial-in for Super Bill Budisoff. 74 Buick Opal, right-hand lane from Naperville, Illinois. His wife, Super Dawn, looking on right-hand side. A final call for yellow box door cars. If you are a box door car that should be in competition for round number 2, and if you have not been down the track, then you need to be there. Wow. Mike Bloomfield Sr. absolutely gets away with one right here. Bloomfield had a great reaction time, and that was the highlight of his round. Has a 192 foot. He is idling down at 42 miles per hour. But Super Bill Butasov breaks out. Bloomfield was saying a prayer, and it was answered as Super Bill breaks out. And Bloomfield absolutely gets away with one here in round number 2. Everybody needs a lucky round to win one of these things, and that, without a doubt, is probably the luckiest round win we have seen today. Richard Mason and Colin Hurley coming up next. Hurley on the right-hand side. Oldsmobile Cutlass from Waterloo, Iowa. 510 to the dial in for Hurley on the right-hand side. 691 to the dial in for Richard Mason. Left-hand side. Yes, that's Cameron's car, but Richard is driving it with a box in it this weekend. So Mason well out front. Here comes the Cutlass. And the Cutlass gets the win. 008 reaction time. 3 over the dial. And Colin Hurley is your winner. Right-hand side over Richard Mason. Andrew Seymour and Sean Woodworth, your next pair. Seymour in the 67 Chevrolet Camaro from Chesterfield, Indiana. 625 the dial in for Seymour left lane. Sean Woodworth, a 507 dial-in for the Corvette from Byron, Illinois. Well, what a run for the Camaro of Andrew Seymour. Maybe didn't realize that Woodworth had gone red. Somebody was playing the stripe down there. Perfect light for Andrew Seymour. And a perfect launch. What a beautiful hot rod. Leaving with the front tires in the air. Rob Livingston and Andrew DiPiazza coming up next. DiPiazza, his second entry. He has already won round number 2 with his Camaro. Can he do the same with the Firebird now? That's the objective for Andrew DiPiazza in the right-hand side. 541 dial-in for DiPiazza into the Pontiac. 513 to the dial-in for Rob Livingston in the Firebird left-hand side. So a pair of Pontiac Firebirds. Livingston, the quicker of the two, giving a head start to Andrew DiPiazza, right-hand lane. And DiPiazza is going to be 2 for 2 in round number 2. So a final call for box store cars. If you are a box store car in round number 2, if you have not been down the track, you need to be there. We are almost done with round number 2. Do not miss your round. First call goes out now for Green Dragster. Green Dragster, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Green Dragster to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. Green Dragster. We are looking for Green Dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 2 of eliminations. Jim Oliver, Doug Cruz at the starting line. Cruz leaving first in the Camaro from Rockford, Illinois. And Cruz will go red. Jim Oliver is your winner, right-hand side. 569 on the 567 dial-in. The Chevy 2 with Jim Oliver advancing into the next round of eliminations. Second call, round 2. Round 2. Green Dragster to the lanes, please. Green Dragster to the lanes, please. Round 2. Green Dragsters to the lanes, please. Dave Ansel and Eric Grace. The Amazing Grace from Brooklyn, Wisconsin, coming up on the right-hand side. A 63 split-window Chevrolet Corvette. Gorgeous car, right-hand side, paired up with Dave Ansel. They built that car from the ground up on the left-hand side, did all the paint and bodywork themselves. They are Maverick Mechanics from Morris, Illinois. Dave Ansel on the left-hand side. Eric Grace in the right-hand lane. That is the fastest tour car in the property right lane. And the fastest tour car on the property is going to advance into round number 3. 449, 156 miles per hour for the Amazing Grace with a double 03 light for Eric Grace. Tim Folker and Mark Natashheim. Your next pair. Pair of red and black Chevrolets. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Andrew DiPiazza is in need of a tow back to his pit area. Red line start for Mark Natashheim, 002 red. Giving the win to Tim Folker, whose light started with a 1, almost started with a 2. Wow. Everett Key and Alex Bosick. Once again, we are looking for a tow. A tow for Andrew DiPiazza. His Firebird is disabled at time slips, and he needs a tow back to his pit area. If anyone would be so kind as to give Andrew DiPiazza a tow back to his pit area, he is disabled at the time slip booth. So Alex Bosick, the A-Trends Auto and Truck Accessory Shop on the right-hand side. 2002 Dodge Neon. Can the Neon get there? No, he cannot. The Malibu left-hand side will advance to the next round. 602 on the 6-flat dial-in. That'll bring up our next pair. Another pair of Chevrolets, pair of orange Chevys. Wayne Cook and Ed Banderowicz Sr. Banderowicz on the right-hand side. 66 model Chevelle from Lake Bluff, Illinois. A 517 dial-in for Banderowicz. Very quick, big car on the right-hand side. Wayne Cook. 68 Camaro from Hillsboro, Missouri. I have never seen this car before this weekend, but it is a good-looking hot rod. 526 dial-in for Wayne Cook. Can you smell what Wayne is cooking? He gets the win. 1 over the dial-in, 30 on the tree. Ed Banderowicz will break out by 8 thousandths at the stripe. Wayne Cook gets the win. Another recipe for success for Cook. Jeremy Banksness and Nick Gaines, your next pair. Gaines, right-hand side, driving the car that he wheeled to a final round appearance at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals in a $100,000 to win final round appearance. Can he get there once more? Not going to be this weekend because Jeremy Vangsness is your winner. 002 reaction time and 2 over the dial-in. Jeremy Vangsness is your winner. And Doug Vangsness is high-fiving everyone he can see in sight. Ricky Pena and T.C. Williams. Coming up now, T.C. Williams. Without a doubt, the best hot streak of all the drivers at Byron Dragway this year. But that's in his dragster. Here he is racing his father's Chevrolet Nova. Right-hand side, a 583 dial-in for T.C. Williams. And Ricky Pena in the GMC Sonoma pickup truck. 665 dial-in for Ricky Pena, 583 for T.C. Williams in the right-hand lane. The two tough customers, Ricky Pena and T.C. Williams, in a race that could go either way. At the finish line, win line's going to go to Ricky Pena. 667 on the 665 dial-in. Ricky Pena gets the win. Left-hand lane. Brent Vincent making a car swap. His Camaro's broke. He's traded it in for the 67 model that his cousin drives. Win light to Brent Vincent. 009 reaction time gets the win on a double breakout over Slate Cummings. Yeah, now Nick Hastings will collect his Byron here to conclude this second round of eliminations. And Nick Hastings will collect the buy and punch his ticket into round number 3. That's a wrap for round 2 of Door Cars. Dragsters coming up next. Dennis DiValerio is the potential buy in this round. 351V. Dennis DiValerio is the potential buy in round 2 of Dragster class competition. Round 2 of the Dragsters. Kyle Mackey and Bart Nelson leading things off. Nelson to the right-hand side, a 477 dial into the right lane. 5:52 for Kyle Mackey in the left-hand lane. And the driver from Texas, Bart Nelson, will go red. And Kyle Mackey will advance into the next round. 5:54 on the 5:52 dial-in, scoring the win over Bart Nelson. What a debut for Kyle Mackey in that dragster, having never raced in a competition before. He finds himself going into round number 3. Of Lubbock, Texas, gets the win in the left-hand side for Cortland Carter. Courtney Grices and Shane Carr, pair of drivers far from home this weekend. Grices all the way from Vermilion, Ohio. Check out the 429 dial on left-hand side. Very quick car left lane. And Shane Carr all the way from Bradenton, Florida. Through the 8th mile, win light's going to go to Courtney Grices. Double 08 reaction time and dead on 0. Incredible performance for Courtney Grices. Connor Grices is your winner, left-hand side. 1 over the dial-in the left-hand side. Jared Volk and Gary Williams win light, going dead on 7:007. Gary Williams, right-hand side, 14th thou. Total package over Jared Volk here in round number 2. And Jeff Cheney scores the win over Lester Adkins in this pair. Adkins misses the tree. Cheney does not. He'll go one over the dial and also get the win with an 11 bulb for Jeff Cheney. Dylan Gale and Troy Williams Jr. Troy Williams Jr. all the way from Daytona Beach, Florida. With a 476 dial on right-hand side, almost heads up. 475 for Dylan Gale, left-hand lane. Dylan Gale's going to come away the winner of this one. One over the dial. And Troy Williams was 005 on the tree. 0.003 of a second. Dylan Gale will cross the finish line first and come away the winner over Troy Williams Jr. Josh Goyke headed down track. Win light's going to go to Anthony Lane by 6 thou at the stripe. Both drivers, one over the dial-in. Lane 3 thou better at the starting line, 3 closer at the stripe. On his dial-in, 6 thou. That's total margin of victory for Anthony Lane, left-hand side over Josh Goyke. Peace. A backfire from Johnny Brannon. That one caught me off guard. Feels like we're coming under fire, Sedona. I don't think I've said anything offensive today that would warrant such actions. Hey, Andrew Seymour, 2901, Andrew Seymour. You are potential buy in round number 3 of door car competition. 2901, Andrew Seymour. Round number 3, potential buy. Indoor car. Johnny Brannon gets the win over Donovan Williams. Double breakout. Brannon breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Williams by 5 thou, 4 thou. That's the difference for your winner, Johnny Brannon. Chad Bradham and Garrett Griffith coming up next. Griffith, a professional race car driver, I do believe, from Alexandria, Kentucky. 18 years of age, 452 the dial-in for Griffith on the right-hand side, 509 for Chad Bradham, left-hand lane. This is still round number 2 of dragster class competition. Win light to Garrett Griffith, going dead on 5. 13 on the tree. And going in around at number 3. Dion Degnitz and Ken Barsima, your very next pair. Barsima on the right-hand side, a 504 dial-in for Ken. 536 in the left-hand side for Dion Degnitz. .002 red for the cheesemaker. Dion Degnitz and Ken Barsima. scores the round win. A 5:03.7 on the 5:04 dial-in. Ken Barsuma goes on to the next round. John Brannon Sr. and Don Spear. One of the loudest hot rods on the property. Don Spear on the right-hand side. Supercharged entry. With the zoomy headers, Hank, you can take your fingers out of your ears now. That car is shut off. Jay Larson and Brandon Phillips. These are the dragsters still. We're about not even halfway through this second round of elimination, so a lot of racing yet to do today, this evening, and tonight. Jay Larson from Beloit, Wisconsin, a 5:33 dial-in for Jay in the left-hand side. 5:26 for Brandon Phillips in the right-hand lane. Rob Bush from Rio, Illinois. I do believe that Rob might be double entered in a door car and a dragster. Don't quote me on that. Again, not sure why I say something publicly that I don't want to be quoted on. Sedona, that's twice today. Mark it down. An infraction on the announcer. $4.99 for Rob Bush on the right-hand side. $4.86 for Zach Fulker. The Mr. Cool Comfort Made Simple entry on the left-hand side. Has the pit reporter found out what the Mr. Cool is all about yet? Must be one of those cool suits, I guess. And Zach Fulker gets the win. $4.91 on the 486 dial-in. 16 on the tree for Fulker, 13 on the tree for Rob Bush. Bush unable to get there. Zach Fulker is the winner over Rob Bush. Steve Law and Scott LaBuddy. Law, the car dealer from Boonville, Indiana. Wheels and deals Monday through Saturday. Can he wheel and deal down the drag strip today? That's his goal. Got a tough customer on the right-hand side. A multi-time track champion at Byron Dragway. Scott LaBuddy trying to defend the home turf at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. And the local will get the job done. Dead on 7,005. That is a 12th down total package for Scott LaBuddy. He's advancing into round number 3. Coming up now, Chris Gall and Tony Pontillo. Pontillo on the right-hand side. The Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop, Kenosha, starter and alternator entry. Tony Pontillo, little known fact, is also a published author now. A published author. He wrote the book on Rambler motors. Rambler engines, of course, Ramblers. Ramblers were many of which built in Kenosha, Wisconsin, so a lot of heritage in that community. And Tony Pontillo is an expert on Rambler engines, and he wrote the book on Rambler engines published just this year. So Chris Gall and Tony Pontillo through the finish line. Double breakout. Chris Gall comes away the winner in the left-hand side over the published author, Tony Pontillo. Bobby Marquis and Mike Bonebright. Bonebright's been to the winner's circle a handful of times in the last several years, but never at a race this big. In fact, nobody's been in the winner's circle at Byron Dragway for a race of this magnitude ever in the 57-year history of the Playground of Power. History will be made tonight. Mike Bonebright, left-hand side. Bobby Marquis in the right-hand lane. Very close race, going dead on 7. Bobby Marquis is your winner, eliminating Mike Bonebright here in the second round of competition. Scotty Haas wheeling the Ellis Manufacturing entry of Howard Schleter in the right-hand side against Shane Pope. Win line's going to go to Scotty Haas in the right-hand side. Wow, what a drag race. Pope is dead on 0. Scotty Haas dead on 7. 13 on the tree, right-hand lane. 22 on the tree, Shane Pope. What a close drag race. Tom Dauber coming over now from Medford, New Jersey. On the left-hand side, a 465 dial-in for Dauber. And Dustin Long on the right-hand side, a 462 dial-in for Long in the right-hand lane. Win light's going to go to Tom Dauber. 1 over the dial-in, 17 on the tree. Long was dead on 4, but just a tad later at the tree. Win light, Tom Dauber by 1/1000th of a second. Greg Rouleau and Eric Pavicic, your next pair. Pavicic backing up from his burnout, a 483 dial-in on the right-hand side with a dragster from Polo, Illinois. Greg Rouleau, the commercial fisherman from Menominee, Michigan, with a 450 dial-in in the left-hand side. The pro-charged entry often leaving in second gear. Purge the nitrous for Eric Pavicic. No shortage of horsepower at the Playground of Power this weekend. Win line to Eric Pavicic with a double 0-2 reaction time. 1 over the dial-in. Greg Rouleau will break out by 0.03 of a second, and Eric Pavicic comes away the winner, right-hand lane. That'll bring up the Gall Star TV entry. Premier Bracket Racing Channel. That's what it says for Tom Gall and the Gall Star TV dragster. All the way from Beersford, South Dakota. And Doug Foley Jr., a former champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals on the right-hand side. So Tom Gall and Doug Foley Jr. Foley, a former champion of this event. The Friday edition, a $30,000 Friday edition several years ago. He is back from Morrisville, North Carolina. NASCAR country he comes from. But he is a master of the straight and narrow. So Tom Gall left-hand side, Doug Foley Jr. right-hand lane at the finish line. Doug Foley Jr. 001 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in, 11th out. Total package for Doug Foley Jr. And he'll advance into the next round. Blaine Mayer and Scott Cook. Coming up next, Wayne Cook already got a round to win on the door car side here in round number 2. Can Scott Cook do the same in a dragster entry? We'll find out. He's on the right-hand side from Festus, Missouri, paired up with Blaine Mayer out of Woodstock, Georgia. 474 dial-in for Blaine Mayer, 486 for Scott Cook in the right-hand side. And the win line's going to go to Blaine Mayer in the left-hand side. Red light to Blaine Mayer. Win light to Scott Cook in the right-hand lane. Your next pair, Josh Lundke and Colin Estes. So, Josh Lundke, part of the Steve Law Racing Team from Boonville, Indiana. 463 dial-in for Lundke in the left-hand lane. Colin Estes, right-hand side from Rockford, Illinois. A 503 dial-in for the dragster. In the right-hand side, 463 for Josh Lundke in the left lane. Going dead on 4, Colin Estes is your winner in the right-hand side. That'll bring up Noah Rambo and Tim Vincent. Pink dragsters, we need pink dragsters, round number 2. Pink dragsters, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Pink dragsters, round number 2 to the staging lanes, please. Looking for pink dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Pink dragsters to the staging lanes, please, for round number 2. Pink dragsters, round 2. To the staging lanes, please. Noah Rambo and Tim Vincent. Your next pair, Vincent to the right-hand side, a 508 dial-in for the dragster from St. Charles, Illinois. 453 dial-in for Noah Rambo from Macomb, Michigan. One fast hot rod on the left-hand side, paired up with the CPA from Marengo, Illinois, Tim Vincent. Close race off the starting line. This race could go either way. At the stripe, one light to Tim Vincent. Both drivers 2 over the dial-in. Vincent 25 on the trade. Rambo's 26. 3 thou, the margin of victory for Tim Vincent at the finish line. This is Brian Rambo now. He had the potential buy, actually used a potential buy in round number 1 to get here. Very patriotic dragster left-hand side. Paired up with Troy Williams Jr. And Williams will go red by 0.04 of a second. Brian Rambo is dead on 4. 15 on the tree and going on to the next round. Bart Nelson, and Slate Cummings. Coming up now, Nelson on the left-hand side of Richmond, Texas, 461 dial-in for the Burleson Construction Incorporated entry, left-hand side. Slate Cummins, the Mosier Engineering dragster from Hammond, Louisiana. I'll remind you that a Louisiana-based car won this race 1 year ago. Wade White from New Orleans was the $100,000 champion. 461 dial-in for Nelson, 462 for Slate Cummins. And the win line's going to go to Slate Cummings. Dead on 4. He is your winner, right-hand side over Bart Nelson. Once again, Pink Dragster, round at number 2 to the lanes, please. Pink Dragster, round 2 to the lanes, please. Pink Dragster, round at number 2 to the staging lanes, please. Pink Dragster, round number 2 to the lanes, please. A repeat announcement, round at number 3 indoor car. Round 3 door car number 2901. Andrew Seymour, potential buy in round at number 3 of door car competition. 2901, Andrew Seymour of Indiana, 67 Chevrolet Camaro. Lester Atkins and Dan Kike on track right now. Red light start for Lester Atkins, win light to Dan Kike. Kike will go dead on 4 and go on to round number 3. Shane Carr and Mitchell Vincent coming up now. Vincent to the right-hand side, a 487 dial-in the right lane, paired up with Shane Carr from Bradenton, Florida. The Jim Butner Auto Group entry, left-hand lane of Shane Carr. And the light going dead on 9 is Shane Carr, left-hand side. Advancing to the next round, round number 3. Brian Kennedy and Nick Folk coming up now. Folk on the right-hand side, a 464 dial-in for Nick. 459 dial-in for Brian Kennedy. And the professional race car driver Nick Folk will get the win on the right-hand side over Brian Kennedy of Odessa, Texas. Nick Folk is your winner. Mike Bloomfield, the short wheelbase dragster left-hand side from Hamilton, Ohio, paired up with Cole Cummings of Hammond, Louisiana. Bloomfield of Ohio, Cummins of Louisiana. 453 dial-in for the driver from the Bayou. 484 for the driver from the Buckeye State. Win light to Cole Cummings. 1 over the dial-in. And 23 on the tree. Cole Cummings gets the win over Mike Bloomfield. A final call for Pink Dragster. Pink Dragster, round number 2. Pink Dragster, round number 2. Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Will Holloman coming up now. A red light start for Mike Bloomfield. Win light to Will Holloman. He'll go 464, 674, 67. Dial in on the right-hand side. Professional race car driver from Pine Level, North Carolina. Bill Curtis coming up now with Brian Folk, another professional race car driver on the right-hand side. The VP Racing Lubricants sponsored entry from Durand, Illinois. 464, dial in for Brian Folk. 5 flat, the dial in for Bill Curtis on the left-hand side of Woodstock, Illinois. At the finish line, Bill Curtis, 2 over the dial and advance into the next round over Brian Folk. Dominic Bowden and Adam Sweet coming up next. Adam Sweet in a car that has won the track championship before. Sweet, a Modern Solutions Pest Control entry from Davis, Illinois. In the right-hand side, Dominic Bowden, the painter from Minooka, Illinois. Left-hand lane. 451 dial-in for the owner of Manhattan Collision, Dominic Bowden. Win light's going to go to Adam Sweet. Sweet is 004 at the starting line and dead on 6, 10 thou. Total package for Adam Sweet, the Modern Solutions Pest Control entry from Davis, Illinois. Derek Dignitz and Caleb Beard coming up next. 457 dial-in for Beard on the right-hand side. 498 for Derek Dignitz. As there is light at the end of the tunnel for this round of Dragster Class competition. Win light to Derek Dignitz with a 007 reaction time and 1 over the dial-in. Beard dead on 0, but left too much at the starting line, 9 thou. That's the margin of victory for Derek Dignitz in the left-hand side. Jeff Larson Sr. and Donnie Burleson coming up next. 475 dial-in for Burleson on the right-hand side, all the way from LaPorte, Texas. His opponent, Jeff Larson Sr. from Beloit, Wisconsin. A much shorter drive to be here for Larson. Both drivers are 11 on the tree. Jeff Larson Sr. is dead on 0. And advance into the next round into the left-hand side for Jeff Larson Sr. Gary Williams and Brian Lynch. We probably have about 8, maybe 9 pairs of dragsters remaining. Williams in the FTI Performance sponsored entry right-hand side from Bradenton, Florida. Brian Lynch with a photo of Bill Murray on the side of his dragster from Iowa. Red light for Williams by 0.06 of a second, and Brian Lynch comes away the winner left-hand side, 488 on the 489 at dial-in. Brian Lynch is your winner. Andy Rucker and Hayden Bailey, pair of 20-something-year-old drivers from Illinois. Hayden Bailey from way downstate, closer to Decatur. A 469 dial-in for Hayden Bailey. Hayden, as I recall, had a 001 reaction time and was dead on 4 in the opening round. A 5-thou package in round number 1. Quite the performance for Hayden Bailey. Paired up with Andy Rucker, whose car is double entered, also being driven by Kyle Mackey, who is already advanced into round number 3 from earlier in this round. So Rucker left-hand side, Bailey right-hand lane. Win light for Hayden Bailey, 471 on the 469 dial-in. And Hayden Bailey will advance into round number 3 of dragsters. And now we've got Dale Killer Jones of Milan, Illinois. And a blue dragster left-hand side of a 463 dial-in. He is paired up with a driver that has quite the hot streak going at Byron Dragway. T.C. Williams, the college student from Winnebago, Illinois. Took home a $10,000 win over Memorial Day weekend, a $5,000 win 2 weeks ago right here at Byron Dragway. T.C. Williams certainly riding high on his hot hand. Can he keep it alive today? Williams in the right-hand side. Dale Jones in the left-hand lane. 463 dial-in for Dale Killer Jones. 476 for T.C. Williams in the right-hand lane. Final call, dragsters. We are almost done. Final call, dragsters. If you have not run, you are late. We need you now, as it looks like we are down to about our last 4 or 5 pairs. Well, both drivers go red. T.C. Williams, the lesser of the two, to do so by 0.04 of a second. And he will come away the winner in the right-hand lane. Sean Dieters and Brandon Phillips, pair of drivers from Western Illinois. Dieters from Moline, Phillips from Fulton. 481 dial-in for Phillips on the right-hand side. 476 for Dieters in the left-hand lane. And Sean Dieters is your winner. Brandon Phillips will go red by 4 thousandths of a second. Next up, Kevin Robertson and Eric Pavicic. Pavicic driving a borrowed car from Jeff Jones. He is double entered. So a 470 dial-in for Pavicic on the right-hand side. And Kevin Robertson in the left-hand lane. And the Pro Charge dragster from Port Washington, Wisconsin. Robertson, the 2020 Super Pro Box champion. One tough customer left-hand side. Paired up with Eric Pavicic. Double entered this weekend. And Pavicic, the double-ender dragster, will go on to the next round. 472 on the 470 dial-in. Picking up a win for car owner Jeff Jones. Robertson was dead on 7, but left too much at the starting line, and Pavicic is your winner. Brad Antonioni and Mick Magner coming up. Magner on the right-hand side. The Chassis Concepts Custom Race Cars entry from Rock Island, Illinois. 5 flat at Island for Magner. 485 for Brad Antonioni. We're looking for round at number 3 of blue no box door car. Blue no box door car, round at number 3 to the lanes, please. Blue no box door car, round 3 to the stage lanes, please. Round at number 3, blue no box door cars to the lanes, please. Round 3, blue no box door cars to the lanes, please. Anybody's drag race, this one's going to go to Mick Magner. Dead on 7-16 on the tree. Magner, your winner right-hand side by 13 thou at the stripe. He's advancing to the next round. And so we will have an odd number of entries in this second round of dragster class competition. Dennis D. Valerio, a former champion of this prestigious event, a 6-figure winner at Byron Dragway, will collect his bye and advance into the next round. Once again, blue no box door car, round number 3. Blue no box door car, round at number 3 to the lanes, please. Blue no box door car, round 3 to the staging lanes, please. Mike Pavicic and Ryan Fasano, your next pair. Fasano on the right-hand side, a 483 dial-in. For the dragster from Salem, Wisconsin, Mike Pavicic, the cement finisher from Dixon, Illinois, with a 510 dial-in in the left-hand lane. The Iceman Shellman of Portable Lighting Solutions Incorporated for donating this weekend some of the Quasar 300 balloon lighting, the most advanced 360-degree balloon light on the planet. The lightest balloon light as well at just 16 pounds. Brightest light bulb with 42,000 lumens. And boy, the list goes on and on. My favorite quality, though, Mr. Styles, proudly made in the USA. So if you, maybe your business, is in need of portable lighting solutions, look no further than Portable Lighting Solutions Incorporated. See Craig, the Iceman Shellman, a racer himself. Look them up online, portablelightingsolutions.net, or give him a call, 847-533-3016. Boy, if you work construction or if you work in any occupation where you are doing some outdoor work at night, we may get one for the tech booth, Mr. Styles, a permanent install at the tech booth so you can tech after dark. A final call, blue no box door car. Final call, blue no box door car to the lanes, please. Final call, blue no box door car. Hey, 10 minutes, 10-minute warning for the souvenir stand. What better way to commemorate your trip to the Firecracker Bracket Nationals in 2021 than to get some swag from the Playground of Power Flex Fit hats? They've got dry fit shirts. Mr. Styles, are you ready to upgrade from pure cotton and try out the super fancy moisture wicking dry fit material? Swing on down now for the next 10 minutes. Souvenir stand will close in 10 minutes time. All right, we fire the engines now for round number 3. We're ready now for yellow no-box door cars. Yellow no-box door cars, begin to make your way to the lanes, please. This will be the last round that we call by color. The last round that we call by color. Beginning next round, we're just going to call no box, and then we'll call box. So yellow no-box door car, begin to make your way to the lanes, please. Yellow no-box door car, please begin to make your way to the staging lanes, please. Yellow no-box door car. Yellow no-box door car. To the lanes, please, for round number 3. Clay Schrader and Nick Hastings leading the way here in round number 3. Schrader in the left-hand lane, Hastings in the right-hand side. 6:01 the dial-in for the Mustang of Nick Hastings, right-hand side, all the way from Shelby, Ohio. Professional race car driver Clay Schrader, a road construction specialist, trying to pave his way into round number 4. Nick Hastings is your winner. 11 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. Schrader was 15 and 3 over. So Hastings advances to the next round. Maureen Lancaster and Gene Milton coming up now. Milton on the right-hand side from Delano, Minnesota. 661 dial-in for Milton. 654 the dial-in for Maureen Lancaster. Win light to Gene Milton, who is 16 on the tree, 5 over the dial-in, and advancing into round number 3. Colton Lane and Todd Hone, the student driver, self-proclaimed student driver. Colton Lane is your winner, 1 over the dial-in, picking up the win against Todd Hone here in round number 3. Richard Mason and Andy Schmall, your next pair. Mason on the right-hand side, a Buick from Winnebago, Illinois. Andy Schmall and a Chevrolet Beretta all the way from Idaho Falls, Idaho. 615 dial-in for Schmall on the left-hand side, 674 for Richard Mason. A red light for Richard Mason, win light for Andy Schmall on the left-hand side. 26 in the tree and 613.2 on the 615 dial-in. Brett Williamson, Jeremy Bausman, big matchup, almost heads up. 6'11" dial-in for Williamson on the left-hand side, 6'10" for Bausman on the right-hand side. This one is close. Identical reaction times, win light to Brett Williamson. 6'12" on the 6'11" dial-in, Williamson advancing into the next round. Bausman got there first. Room to spare, breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Wow, what a drag race. Williamson coming away victorious in that contest. Drew Beal and John Holly coming up now. Holly on the right-hand side. The Mopar man from Marengo, Illinois. 68 Dodge Coronet, 646 the dial-in for Holly. Drew Beal, 701 dial-in for the Pontiac Le Mans from Silvis, Illinois. So a final call, yellow, no box, door car. A final call, yellow, no box, door car to the lanes, please. Brando Carlson and Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin to the right-hand side. 78 Chevrolet Malibu from Albany, Wisconsin. A $10,000 winner already this year. He's in the right-hand side, paired up with Brando Carlson through the finish line. Scoreboard says Brando Carlson. Both drivers are dead on the dial-in. Dead on 5 for Laughlin. Dead on 8 for Carlson. But you guessed it, Brando Carlson's starting line advantage gets the win based on his starting line performance. Jeff Billiter and Jason Huggins are your next pair. Huggins on the right-hand side, a 585 dial-in with the driver from Morrison, Illinois. Paired up with Jeff Billiter. 71 Vago Wagon with a 669 dial-in for the hometown racer from Byron, Illinois. He is also the 2020 Super Pro overall track champion at Byron Dragway. Billiter left-hand side, Huggins in the right-hand lane. Red light for Huggins, win light for Jeff Billiter. And Billiter will go 670 on the 669 dial-in. And he'll be back for round number 4. So I think we're waiting on one no-box double-entered entry. One no-box double-entered entry we are waiting for still. Going to put the call out for Blue Box Door Car. Blue Box Door Car. We are looking for Blue Box Door Car round number 3. Blue Box Door Car round number 3 to the lanes, please. Kenny Norup and Bruce Hunter. Coming up next, Hunter on the right-hand side, the pickup truck from Morrison, Illinois. 580 dial-in for Hunter, 587 for Kenny Norup of Norup Trenching from right here in Byron, Illinois. The Ford Thunderbird. 587 dial-in for Norup, 580 for Hunter. We're at about that twilight hour. A little glow from the sunset still. It'll be pitch black here by the time round 4 rolls around for the door cars. Win light's going to go to Bruce Hunter, a 003 reaction time and dead on 9. 12,000 total package for Bruce Hunter on the right-hand side. Norup breaks out. Hunter gets the win. Once again, Andrew Seymour. Andrew Seymour. 2901, 2901, Andrew Seymour. Andrew Seymour, potential buy. Please report to staging lane number 2. Blue box door car, round number 3. Blue box door car, we are looking for you. Blue box door car, round at number 3, we are looking for you. Blue box door car, round 3, we are looking for you. Andrew Seymour, please report to lane number 2. You are the potential buy this round, Andrew Seymour. Paging Doug Foley Jr. to the tower, please. Doug Foley Jr. to the tower, please. Paging Doug Foley Jr. to the tower, please. Nick Hastings, a double-entered driver, still in with the Mustang. His Mustang has already advanced into round number 4. Can he get the Pontiac T1000 there as well? Well, we'll find out here in just a moment. 622 dial-in for Nick Hastings, left-hand side. 7 flat for Darren Burkhardt in the right-hand lane. So Nick Hastings and Darren Burkhardt on track right now. Win light's going to go to Nick Hastings. 2 over the dial-in. 28 on the tree for Nick Hastings. Getting the win over Darren Burkhardt. And we hit the transition point now between no box and box. A final no boxer on the right-hand side. That is Cameron Mason paired up with Blake Vangsness. To the left-hand side, a box entry from Rockford, Illinois. So 688 dial-in for Cameron Mason on the right-hand side. 676 for Blake Vangsness in the left-hand lane. Win line's going to go to Blake Vangsness. 2 over the dial-in, 16 on the tree, and advancing into round number 4. Kevin Wilbur and Ed the Boss Man Bousman. All boxers from here on out this round. Andrew Seymour to lane number 2, please. Andrew Seymour to lane number 2, please. Red line for Bousman, win line for Kevin Wilbur, the left-hand lane. Colin Estes and Dave Ansel. Ansel in the Malibu right-hand side, a 707 dial-in for Dave. 601 the dial-in for Colin Estes in the Pontiac Acadian left-hand side. And the win line's going to go to Dave Ansel, who is dead on 9 and 15 on the tree. Ansel is your winner right-hand side over Colin Estes. Yellow box door car, we are looking for you. Yellow box door car to the lanes, please. Ricky Pena and Alex Rissi on track. A red light start for Ricky Pena, win light to Alex Rissi on the right-hand side. Yellow box door car, yellow box door car. We are looking for yellow box door car. Second call, yellow box door car. Round number 3 to the lanes, please. The Malibu on the left-hand side paired up with Randy Folk, the 64 Chevrolet Corvette from Bradenton, Florida. 602 dial-in for Folk on the right-hand side, $5.99 for the Malibu left-hand side. Beautiful wheels-up launch for the Corvette of Randy Folk. And through the 8th mile, wind light, left-hand lane, Everett K. 1 over the dial-in, 21 on the tree. Your winner in the Malibu, 3607. Mike Bloomfield Sr. and Aaron Milton. Coming up now, Milton of the Pontiac Firebird, right-hand side from Delano, Minnesota. 5:45 dial-in for Milton. And a problem in the left-hand side for Mike Bloomfield Jr., Sr. That car comes down hard with a flash of sparks underneath it. So a problem for Bloomfield. Shuts it down. Aaron Milton is your winner on the right-hand side. Bloomfield's car came down abruptly, slammed the surface, some sparks flying. So we'll do a quick track inspection, make sure all looks good. So the truck of Mike Bloomfield Sr. comes to rest in the shutdown area. Looks like he's refired the motor. He'll take it off the top end of the track. And we'll give it a quick but thorough track inspection. Make sure we are all good to go before resuming. With Andrew DiPiazza and Joe Hansen set to go next. All right, we're requesting a tow for Mike Bloomfield Sr. Mike Bloomfield Sr. is requesting a tow back to his pit area for his pickup truck. So if someone can assist Mike Bloomfield Sr. in search of a tow back to his pit area. So a final call, yellow box door car. Yellow box door car. All of our box door cars should be in the staging lanes. All of our box door cars should be in the staging lanes for round number 3. And we resume. Andrew D. Piazza and Joe Hansen coming up now. Hansen to the right-hand side, a 606 dial-in the Monza for Joe Hansen. Andrew D. Piazza, the Chevrolet Camaro from Long Grove, Illinois, on the left-hand side. And a double breakout giving the win to Andrew D. Piazza. The lesser of the two breakouts getting the win left lane over Joe Hansen. Ben Haugen and Vince Magracina. A win light going to go to Ben Haugen at the left-hand side of the Mach 1 Mustang from Hayward, Minnesota. Brent Vincent in a 67 model Chevrolet Camaro that is normally driven by his cousin Mitchell Vincent. Although a change of cars, little change of scenery for Brent Vincent. 594 dial-in for Brent in the left-hand side. 626 to dial in for Steve Folk, the farmer from Durand, Illinois, on the right-hand side. And Vincent will go red by 003 off the starting line, and Steve Folk is your winner. Right-hand side, 003 reaction time for Steve Folk, 1 over the dial-in. And going on to the next round, Tim Folker and Slate Cummings, your next pair. Cummings on the right-hand side, the Chevy 2 from Hammond, Louisiana. And Tim Folker in the Corvette out of Freeport, Illinois. 649 dial-in for Folker. 565 dial-in for Slate Cummings on the right-hand side. Doug Foley Jr., 17K potential buy in round 3 of Dragster class competition. Red light for Tim Folker, win light for Slate Cummings. So a final call for our box door cars. Box door cars. If you are a box door car and you have not been down the track in round number 3, you need to be in the lanes. We are almost done with this round. Andrew Seymour, potential buy, is in lane number 2. Doug Foley Jr., potential buy in round 3 of Dragster class competition. 17K, Doug Foley Jr., potential buy in round 3 Dragster competition. Wayne Cook and Colin Hurley coming up now. Hurley on the right-hand side from Iowa. Cook in the Camaro from Missouri. While that car leaves pretty in the tower side. At the finish line, win line's going to go to Colin Hurley. By 4 thousandths of a second, Colin Hurley is your winner. Right-hand side over Wayne Cook. Jeremy Vangsness and Nick Folk coming up now. Big matchup. Folk was the finalist 1 year ago in this Chevy Cobalt right-hand side. The door car representative in the run for the money 1 year ago. He's back again this year, to no one's surprise. 584 dialing for Folk on the right-hand side, paired up with Jeremy Vangsness in the Nova from Rockford, Illinois. A 562 dialing for Jeremy in the left-hand lane. And win light will go to Nick Folk. 2 over the dial-in, 20 on the tree. Nick Folk gets the win right-hand side. Vangsness was 28 to Folk's 20. 3 over for Vangsness, 2 over for Folk. And your next pair, Hank Mulligan and Steve Marquis. Marquis on the right-hand side, a 62 Chevy 2 from Comanche, Iowa. 584 the dial-in for Marquis, right-hand side. Hank Mulligan of Mount Morris, left-hand side. And a 77 Ford Mustang, also being wheeled this weekend by Nick Hastings. .004 red for Steve Marquis and Hank Mulligan. We'll turn on the win light left-hand side. 603 on the 602 dial-in, 15 on the tree for Hank. And we are almost through round number 3 of door car competition. Green Dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 3. Green Dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 3. Beginning round 4, we will no longer call cars by color. We will want our double entries to report to the lanes as soon as possible, though. As soon as possible, double entries will need to report to the lanes as we are getting down deeper into eliminations with fewer cars. Dustin Long and Eric Grace at the starting line. Eric Grace, that is the quickest door car on the property. 448 dial-in for Grace on the right-hand side for the 63 split-window Corvette from Brooklyn, Wisconsin. 522 for Dustin Long in the Roadster from Mitchell, South Dakota. And a win light for Eric Grace on the right-hand side. 450 on the 448 dial-in, 17 on the tree. Eric Grace comes away the winner on the right-hand side over Dustin Long. So we're waiting for a double entry car to get ready to go, and then we will just about be done with this round number 3 of door car competition. Again, green dragsters, green dragstons. Green dragsters to the lanes, please. Green dragsters to the lanes, please. There we go. Jim Oliver and Andrew DiPiazza. At last, DiPiazza coming up in the Chevrolet right-hand side. 531 dial-in for DiPiazza. 566 to dial-in for Jim Oliver in the Chevy 2 out of New Lenox, Illinois. An aircraft mechanic. They are staged up, ready to go. Jim Oliver, Andrew DiPiazza. Here comes the tree. And Jim Oliver will be your winner. Left-hand side, 1 over the dial-in, 35 on the tree. Oliver eliminating Andrew DiPiazza. And Andrew Seymour of Chesterfield, Indiana, will collect his bye to conclude this round at number 3 of door car competition. Dead on 9 for Andrew Seymour. That's a wrap for round 3 of door cars. Round 3 dragsters coming at you. Final call for green dragster. And a first call for Pink Dragster at this time. First call, Pink Dragster to the lanes, please. If we could have the golf cart move out of the way, please. I believe that's Randy Folk. If you could please move the golf cart, please. We need to move the golf cart from the water box area. Attention, golf cart in the water box area. If I could have you redirect over that direction, thank you kindly. Your compliance is appreciated. All right, we're ready now for round number 3 of Dragster class competition. Sedona, that golf cart is far nicer than our odometer cart. And that might be a good one to confiscate as a replacement. Boy, wouldn't that be sweet. Cortland Carter and Garrett Griffith at the starting line. Cortland. Hey, Jeff, don't let him pull in like that. Hey, a lost and found announcement. Lost and found announcement. A person has just pulled into the gate and he found a husky along the road. And suspects it may belong to somebody from the racetrack. If you lost your husky dog, if a husky dog belongs to you and it's missing, someone just pulled in the gate, they found one alongside the road. And suspected maybe it might have come from the racetrack. Garrett Griffith gets the win on the right-hand side. 453 on the 452 dial-in. So again, a kind gentleman has pulled into the gate, says he found a husky dog in the neighborhood and suspects that it might belong to somebody from the racetrack. He's never seen the dog before. So if anybody has lost a husky dog, a canine, stop out to the front gate. The dog has been found. Courtney Grisus and Gary Williams. A very fast dragster on the left-hand side for Courtney Grisus. And Courtney is your winner. 007 reaction time. And 1 over the dial-in. Courtney Grisus gets the win over Gary Williams. Connor Grisus coming up now from Vermilion, Ohio in the left-hand lane. 429 dial-in for Connor. 485 dial-in for Scott Cook on the right-hand side from Festus, Missouri. So far, none of our regulars at Byron Dragway to this point in this round at number 3 of Dragster class competition. Great race off the starting line. This one's going to go to Scott Cook on the right-hand side. 004 for Grisus in the left-hand lane. 007 for Scott Cook on the right-hand side. Dead on 1. Right-hand lane, 8 thou. Total package for Scott Cook. Your winner in the right-hand lane. A driver that had a perfect light yesterday in the time trial. That is Brian Rambo. Left-hand side, the patriotic dragster, red, white, and blue. It has Old Glory on the side of it. Love that car on this Firecracker Bracket Nationals weekend. 433 dial-in for Rambo on the left-hand side. 525 for Brandon Phillips in the right-hand lane. And win light to Brian Rambo. 437 on the 433 dial-in. Getting the win as Brandon Phillips breaks out by 0.07 of a second. And Scott Labuddy is your winner over Jeff Cheney. Cheney was 001 on the Christmas tree, 2 over the dial-in, 1 over for Scott Labuddy. 11 on the tree, 4 thou, the margin of victory for Scott Labuddy in the right-hand side. Dennis DiValerio dead on 5-008 on the Christmas tree. 13 thou total package for Dennis DiValerio, the original 6-figure winner at Byron Dragway. So Pink Dragsters round 3. Pink Dragsters round 3. You should be in the lanes as well. Doug Foley, 17X to lane number 2. Doug Foley, 17X to lane number 2. All Dragsters round number 3 should be in the lanes. Doug Foley, 17K, Doug Foley to lane number 2, please. Ken Barsima and Eric Pavicic, your next pair. So Dylan Gale and Tim Vincent were set to go next. But carnage for Dylan Gale, as it appears the motor has expired on the burnout for Dylan Gale. And a broke by for Tim Vincent, as Dylan Gale has a motor expire on the burnout at the starting line. So we're going to go on hold here for a cleanup in the water box area. Bruce Hunter Jr., FX86, Bruce Hunter Jr., you are the round 4 potential buy in the door car side. FX86, Bruce Hunter Jr., potential buy round 4 indoor car competition. All right, the water box area is restored. We are ready to resume round 3, dragster class competition. Once again, round 4 in door car class. FX86, Bruce Hunter Jr. Bruce Hunter Jr. potential buy for round 4 of door cars. Bruce Hunter Jr., FX86. You will report to lane number 2 for round 4 of door car competition. Kyle Mackey and Cole Cummings kicking things back off here in round number 3 of dragsters. Kyle Mackey on the left-hand side. Cole Cummings in the right-hand lane. A 453 dial-in for Cummings out of Hammond, Louisiana on the right-hand side. And Kyle Mackey from Algonquin in the rear-engine dragster as owned by Andy Rucker. And Kyle Mackey is going rounds on Saturday. 004 reaction time. 5:56 and a 5:53. Dial-in Kyle Mackey gets the win over Cole Cummings. Cummings was dead on 3 but left too much at the starting line. Mackey in his debut. First time driving that car in competition. And how about that? He is in the money. Zach Folker and Colin Estes. Your next pair. Estes on the right-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. Folker left-hand lane. The Mr. Cool Comfort Made Simple entry out of Kentucky. 486 dial-in for Folker. 502 on the right-hand side for Colin Estes. So a final call for dragsters here in round number 3. Final call, dragsters, round number 3. And Colin Estes is your winner. A 009 reaction time and dead on 5. Zach Folker, left-hand side, goes red by 1,000th of a second. And Colin Estes lights the win light right-hand side. He'll be back for round number 4. So a final call, dragsters. Final call, dragsters, round number 3. We are almost through this round. If you are not there, if you have not been down the track, you need to be in the lanes. Final call, round 3, dragster competition. Chris Gall and Bobby Marquis. Staging up now. Marquis on the right-hand side from Comanche, Iowa. Chris Gall all the way from Tripp, South Dakota. And Marquis will go red by 1,000th of a second. Giving the win to Chris Gall, left-hand side, 480 with an 8 on the 481 dial-in. And the left-hand side for Chris Gall. So Anthony Lane and T.C. Williams coming up next. Williams, twice a winner already this year at Byron Dragway. Collecting a $10,000 and a $5,000 race win already this year. He's on the right-hand side. Anthony Lane, left-hand side. You can hardly see the car. It is camouflaged in paint scheme. 485 the dial-in for Anthony Lane, left-hand side. 475 for T.C. Williams on the right-hand side. And T.C. Williams gets it done once more. A 008 reaction time and dead on 1. 6th thou, the margin of victory for T.C. Williams. As Anthony Lane breaks out and T.C. Williams gets the win. Shane Carr and Dan Kike coming up now. Carr on the left-hand side. The Jim Butner Auto Group sponsored entry from Bradenton, Florida on the left-hand side. A 460 dial-in for Carr. 471 for Dan Kike on the right-hand side. Win light to Shane Carr. 1 over the dial-in. Scoring the win, Dan Kike is dead on 1. But gave up too much at the starting line. Shane Carr is your winner on the left-hand side. So a final call, pink dragster. We've called green dragster. We've called pink dragster. If you are a dragster that has not been down the track, in round number 3, you need to be in the lanes. Final call, dragsters for round number 3. Johnny Brannon from Florida on the left-hand side, and Slate Cummins from Louisiana. They drove a long ways to meet here in round number 3. And Johnny Brannon goes dead on 0 and 12 on the tree, picking up the win over Slate Cummins. Tom Dauber and Adam Sweet coming up next. A lot of racers from out of state still in eliminations. Dauber, one of them. He is from Medford, New Jersey. 465 dial-in for Dauber on the left-hand side. 493 dial-in for Adam Sweet in the right-hand lane. And Tom Dauber is dead on 2, getting the win. Adam Sweet going red by 2 thousandths at the starting line. If you are double entered in no box, we need you to the lanes now. Round number 4, double entries, no box. Round 4, double entry, no box, door cards to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Double entered, no box, door cars. Round number 4 to the lanes, please. A reminder, Bruce Hunter Jr. FX86 potential buy in round 4 of door cars. John Brannon Sr. and Will Holloman. A pair of drivers far from home. Florida for Brannon, North Carolina for Holloman at the finish line. Win light to John Brannon Sr. Getting the win, Will Holloman will break out on the right-hand side by 2 thousandths of a second. But Brannon had this one in the bag with a big starting line advantage. John Brannon Sr., your winner. Brian Lynch and Nick Folk coming up next. Folk on the right-hand side, a 464 dial-in for the Fueled by X16 VP Racing Fuels entry out of Durand, Illinois. A 464 dial-in for Folk on the right-hand side. And Brian Lynch in the left-hand side. And a slow car turning off the top end of the track. They have cleared the turnoff. Chief starter right now, Mr. Bill, gives them the signal to proceed forward. Brian Lynch, Nick Folk at the starting line. If you are a double-entered, no-box door car, we need you to the lanes now. And the win light's going to go to Brian Lynch to the left-hand side by 7 thousandths of a second. Nick Folk was 001 on the Christmas tree, but he's 4 over the dial-in. Gives it back at the stripe. Brian Lynch goes dead on 9. Gets the win by 7 thou at the finish line. Sean Dieters and Hayden Bailey coming up next. Bailey on the right-hand side, the 28-year-old from Decatur, Illinois. A 467 dial-in for Bailey in the right-hand side. Sean Dieters of Moline, Illinois, left-hand lane. A 481 dial-in for Sean. Round number 4, door car, no box, door car, round number 4. To the lanes, please, all colors. No box, door car, to the lanes, please. All colors, no box, door cars. To the lanes, please, for round number 4. All colors. No box, door car, round 4 to the lanes, please. And Hayden Bailey gets the win over Sean Dieters. Dieters will get there first. Dieters had room to spare. He had this one in the bag, but he takes too much stripe, breaks out, and Hayden Bailey advances into round number 4. That'll bring up Eric Pavicic doing the driving duties for Jeff Jones on the right-hand side. Jones, the car owner, looking on, sitting atop the Superior Automotive sign in the right-hand lane. Bill Curtis, he and car owner Winnebago Walt Gray have been battling this car, Gremlins, all year long. Gremlins or not, they have made it to round number 3 at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals, the biggest race, the richest race in Byron Dragway track history, happening here tonight. So Bill Curtis with the 502 dial-in, and Eric Pavicic of Polo, Illinois, the hired gun for Jeff Jones in the right-hand lane. No box, door car, round 4 to the lanes, please. No box, door car, round 4 to the lanes, please. And give the win to Eric Pavicic. Trip Zip Green, your winner with a perfect reaction time, Eric Pavicic. Round 4, no box door cars to the lanes, please. Round 4, no box door cars to the lanes, please. Round 4, no box door cars to the lanes, please. All colors, blue and yellow, blue and yellow. No box door cars to the lanes, please, for round number 4. Mick Magner and Ryan Fasano, 7th out. The margin of victory for Ryan Fasano on the right-hand side. Going dead onto scoring the win in the right-hand lane, Ryan Fasano. Jeff Larson Sr., Derek Dignitz, your final pair of this round number 3 of Dragster Class competition. Doug Foley Jr., potential bye. He will get a bye here next time up. So Derek Dignitz is your winner over Jeff Larson Sr. And Doug Foley Jr. now will collect his bye and punch his ticket into round number 4 of Dragster Class competition. There will be a new bye in round 4. A final call, round number 4, no box door car. Final call, no box door car. Round number 4, you should be in the lanes. Final call, round 4, no box door car. Should all be in the staging lanes. This is round 4. This is no box door car. Win line's going to go to Nick Hastings by 9 thou at the stripe. Both drivers dead on the dial. And dead on 3 for Colton Lane. Dead on 5 for Nick Hastings. Hastings is 12 on the tree. Lane is 23. Nick Hastings, your winner. He is double entered. He'll come right back around with his other car, as he is still in with a second car here in round 4 of no box door car. BJ Vangsness Radio. So we got our no box door cars in the water box. We're going to on hold here for just a moment, do a quick track check of the left-hand lane. We're going to call our box door cars. Box door cars to the lanes, please, for round number 4. Box door cars, round 4 to the lanes, please. Box door cars, round 4 to the staging lanes, please. Well, True Start will save Drew Beal with this one. He goes red first, but his 002, Brando Carlson, goes red second, and he is more red than Beal. True Start altering the outcome of that one. Andy Schmall and Jeff Billiter now. Big matchup. Billiter, the Super Pro track champion from Byron Dragway last year. He's on the right-hand side, paired up with Andy Schmall, a former $30,000 champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. So box door cars, round 4 to the lanes, please. Box door cars, round 4 should be in the lanes, please. Win light to Jeff Billiter on the right-hand side. Getting the win in the right-hand lane over Andy Schmall. And Nick Hastings getting the win over Gene Milton in this pair. So Nick Hastings continuing to drive 2 no-box entries into round number 5. And here we go. We are at the transition point now in the door car category. Brett Williamson, the last no boxer of the round. He's in the left-hand lane. And Colin Hurley coming up in the Chevrolet, or the Oldsmobile Cutlass, rather, in the right-hand side. A 509 dial-in for Hurley in the right-hand side. 609 of the dial-in for Williamson in the left-hand lane. 1 second exactly the difference in dial-ins. Williamson at the no boxer, left-hand side. Hurley into the boxcar. And a win light for Colin Hurley, who is 3 over the dial-in. Williamson is 1 over the dial-in. Hurley is your winner, right-hand side. Dave Ansel and Andrew Seymour coming up next. Seymour on the left-hand side, a beautiful 67 model Chevrolet Camaro from Chesterfield, Indiana. Big wheels up launch for the Camaro. And he will get the win. Andrew Seymour. 625 on the 624 dial-in, picking up the win over Dave Ansel. Ansel gets there first, and he will break out. Jim Oliver and Eric Grace. We continue on with the box door cars here in round number 4. Round number 4, dragster class. If you are double entered, be at the head of the lanes. Double entries, round 4, dragsters to the lane, please. Double entered, round 4, dragsters to the lanes, please. Jim Oliver going to get the win on the left-hand side over the amazing Grace. Eric Grace goes a 447, breaking out in the right-hand side as Jim Oliver is 18 on the tree and over the dial-in. If you are double entered in dragster class, we need you to the head of the lanes for round number 4. Round number 4, double entered dragsters to the head of the staging lanes. Round 4, double entered dragsters to the head of the staging lanes, please. Kevin Wilbur and Alex Rissy on track right now. Win light's going to go to Rissy with a trip zip. Perfect reaction time on the right-hand side for Alex Rissy. And Blake Vangsness and Andrew D. Piazza coming up next. So Blake Vangsness, the 19-year-old from Rockford, Illinois, with a 674 dial-in left-hand side, and Andrew D. Piazza, Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side, out of Long Grove, Illinois, a 527 dial-in for D. Piazza into the right-hand side. And Blake Fanksness will go on to the next round. 7 thousandths the margin of victory at the stripe for Blake Fanksness over Andrew DiPiazza. What a drag race that one was. And the Malibu goes dead on 4007, getting the win in the left-hand lane. And Nick Folk in the Cobalt from Durand, Illinois. He'll go on to the next round. Dead on 2 for Milton. 1 over the dial in for Folk. Folk with a starting line advantage comes away the winner in the left-hand lane. Hank Mulligan, Steve Folk. 2 pairs remain in this round of door cars. Green dragsters, all dragsters for that matter, all dragsters, we are ready for you. All dragsters, round 4 to the lanes, please. Round 4, all dragsters to the lanes, please. Eric Pavicic. Number 370, Eric Pavicic, you are potential buy. Please report to lane number 2. Lane 2, please. Car number 370, Eric Pavicic. A win light in the right-hand lane. And now Slate Cummings and Bruce Hunter. Your final pair. Hunter, the potential buy coming into this round. Even number of cars. He is a no-box entry paired up with the box car of Slate Cummings. Cummings left-hand side, the Chevy 2 from Louisiana. Close contest at the finish line. Win light is going to go to Slate Cummings. Hunter gets there first. Breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Cummings is 2 over the dial-in in advancing to the next round. There will be a new buy come round number 5 of door car. So if you are a dragster and you are still in competition, we need you in the lanes, please, for round number 4. All dragsters, round 4 to the lanes, please. All dragsters, round 4 to the staging lanes, please. Again, car number 370, Eric Pavicic. Looks like you are there in lane 2. Eric Pavicic in lane 2, our potential buy. Hey, we've got a white Jeep with license plate CL72175 parked out by the front gate with the headlights on. Again, a white Jeep with license plate number CL72175. Out at the front gate, your headlights are on. A white Jeep with license plate CL72175. Your headlights are on out at the front gate. In round 5 of door car, entry number 521R. 521R. Alex Rissy, potential buy in round 5 of door car. Alex Rissy, 521R, potential buy in round 5 of door car. Johnny Brannon and Ken Barsima leading things off here in the dragster class competition. This is round number 4. 461 dial in for Brannon left-hand side. 504 for Ken Barsima in the right-hand lane. And a problem for Johnny Brannon at the starting line. Barsima will shut it off just before the finish line, coast through to a 5:13. At 115 miles per hour, Ken Barsima will advance into round number 5. And what a heartbreak for Johnny Brannon. All the way from Florida and suffering a issue at the starting line. Courtney Grice is coming up now, the fastest dragster, I believe, remaining in competition. dialed in at an ultra-quick 4:27 dial-in. Courtney, the 20-year-old from Vermillion, Ohio, paired up with T.C. Williams. Was collected 2 big checks already this year at Byron Dragway. If he can collect a third tonight, it would be the biggest in track history. Somebody will take it home. Who will it be? Well, T.C. Williams on the right-hand side, a 4:75 dial-in for T.C. Williams, 4:27 for Courtney Grices from Vermillion, Ohio. And the win line's going to go to T.C. Williams in the right-hand lane. So T.C. Williams, the winner in the right-hand side. All right, Brian Rambo and Garrett Griffith. Griffith still in with 2 entries, one in a door car, one in a dragster. Here he is in the dragster right-hand side. From Alexandria, Kentucky. And Griffith will advance into the next round. 4:52 on the 4:52 dial-in, dead on 4. Garrett Griffith, your winner, right lane. Will Shane Carr burn the tires down? Total disregard for his slicks. 4:60 the dial-in for Shane Carr, left-hand side from Florida. And Scott Cook of Festus, Missouri at 4:85 dial-in for Cook. Shane Carr and Scott Cook at the finish line. Shane Carr all the way from the Sunshine State of Florida. 009, dead on 9. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. Both drivers are dead on the dial-in. Mr. Nolan, we have reached round 4 and things are at peak status for competition. Grab the ratchet. Things have gone up another level at the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. Derek Dignitz and Scott LaBuddy coming up next. A pair of regulars at Byron Dragway. LaBuddy, a multi-time track champion as recent as 2019 for that matter. 4:76 to dial in for LaBuddy in the right-hand side. His opponent, Derek Dignitz from Slinger, Wisconsin. A 4:98 dial in for Dignitz. 4:76 for Scott LaBuddy in the right-hand lane. Well, this one was anybody's race off the starting line, and Dignitz will seal the deal, going dead on 2 at the stripe. LaBuddy breaks out by 6 thou, but Dignitz still got there first. Derek Dignitz gets the win over Scott Labuddy. Brian Lynch and Ryan Fasano coming up next. Closely dialed, a 488 for Lynch in the left-hand side, 482 for Ryan Fasano into the right-hand lane. Once again, Alex Rissy, potential buy in round number 5 of Door Car. Incredible drag race, and Brian Lynch will be victorious. 001 reaction time and dead on 6. 7th out. Total package for Brian Lynch, your winner, left-hand side, over Ryan Fasano. Fasano breaks out. Lynch advancing to round number 5. Chris Gall and Hayden Bailey. Hayden Bailey, his first time at Byron Dragway, but he is making his presence known, at least up until now. A 009 reaction time for Hayden Bailey on the right-hand side. Put together a great run in the first half, but in the second half, dead on a 0 for Chris Gall. He'll get the win left-hand side as Bailey is over 5 numbers off his dial-in. John Brannon Sr. and Tim Vincent, your next pair. Vincent on the right-hand side, a 5'10 dial-in. 29-year-old CPA from Marengo, Illinois. 5'10 for Vincent, right-hand side. 496 for John Brannon in the left-hand lane. Dead on 7, Tim Vincent moving on to round number 5 of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. No box, round 6. No box, door car. Round 6 to the lanes, please. Round 6, no box, door car to the lanes, please. Excuse me, round 5. Excuse me, round 5. No box, door car. Round 5, no box, door car to the lanes, please. Hey, in round number 6, car number 521R, Alex Rissy, you are potential buy in round number 5 of Door Car. Doug Foley Jr. and Colin Estes, your next pair. Estes on the right-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. 503 the dial-in for Colin. 457 for Doug Foley Jr., a former race winner at this prestigious event. At the finish line, Colin Estes is your winner in the right-hand side. Margin of victory, 11 ten-thousandths of a second over Doug Foley Jr. Foley was dead on 2. Estes won over the dial-in exactly. Starting line advantage by just a touch over 1 thou for Colin Estes in the right-hand lane. Tom Dauber from Medford, New Jersey. He's in the right-hand side. Paired up with Dennis DeValerio, the original 6-figure winner in the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. 458 the dial-in for DeValerio on the left-hand side. 465 for Tom Dauber in the right-hand side.
Both drivers are dead on the dial, and Dauber is dead on 0, and he is your winner right-hand side. 19 on the tree for DiValerio, 13 on the tree for Dauber, dead on 7, Dennis. Dead on 0, Tom Dauber, your winner in the right-hand lane. All no-box door cars should be in the lanes. All no-box door cars. Do believe we've got a double-entered car. A double-entered car looks like he is there. So Eric Pavicic, the Byron, coming into this round. Even number of cars. He is paired up with Kyle Mackey. Mackey making his debut in this car left-hand side, and I don't know that Pavicic has ever driven the car of Jeff Jones on the right-hand side. And Pavicic will go red. 003 red for Eric Pavicic, and a win light in the left-hand side for Kyle Mackey, who his first time in competition with that dragster, and he finds himself going into round number 5. What a performance in his dragster debut for Kyle Mackey. Car number 521R, Alex Rissy. 521R, Alex Rissy, please report to lane number 2. You are potential by this round number 5 indoor car competition. We will take our box entries. We'll take box cars round number 5. Box door cars round 5 to the lanes, please. Box door cars round 5 to the lanes, please. Box door cars, box door cars. We need box door cars for round number 5 to the lanes, please. Box door cars, round 5 to the lanes, please. This is round number 5. No box door car, Drew Beal and Nick Hastings. Beal will go red, 005 red to be exact, and Hastings will go on. And Hastings will come back with entry number 2. So already Hastings has 1 entry into round number 6. Can he make it 2? So Hastings will come back around for his other no box door car entry. In round 5 of Dragsters, it'll be Brian Lynch, 5x14. Brian Lynch, 5x14, potential buy in round 5 of Dragsters. Brian Lynch, 5x14, potential buy in round 5 of Dragsters. Nick Hastings and Jeff Billiter, the last of our no box in this round. .002 red for Nick Hastings and Jeff Billiter. We'll come back around to face Nick Hastings once more in round number 6. As strange as that may be to say. So Billiter, 007 reaction time, 667 of the 669 and dial in. Jeff Billiter advances to round 6, and so does Nick Hastings with his previous entry. So there will be a rematch of sorts in round 6 of Door Car. All right, round number 5, Dragsters to the lanes, please. Round 5, Dragsters to the lanes, please. Brian Lynch, 5x14. 5x14, Brian Lynch to lane at number 2. You are a potential buy here in round number 5 of Dragster class. Round 5, Dragsters, we need you to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Andrew Seymour and Steve Folk coming up next. Folk on the right-hand side, the two-door Chevy 2-wagon of Durand, Illinois. 626 dial-in for Folk on the right-hand side. 625 for Andrew Seymour in the left-hand lane from Chesterfield, Indiana. Two of the most photogenic cars remaining in competition. Get your camera ready. Under the lights, Andrew Seymour and Steve Folk. Win light to Steve Folk on the right-hand side. 631 on the 626 dial-in. Seymour was dead on 5, but left too much at the starting line. Steve Folk is your winner, right-hand side. Coming up next, Jim Oliver and Colin Hurley. Hurley on the right-hand side from Waterloo, Iowa. Oldsmobile Cutlass with a 510 dial-in. He is paired up with Jim Oliver. Chevy 2 from New Lenox, Illinois, 567 dial-in for Jim Oliver. Dragsters, we need dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 5. And that's why they have collector tethers. The collector coming off of Jim Oliver's Chevy 2, win light to Colin Hurley on the right-hand side. A 006 reaction time of 5:16 on the 510 dial-in. Hurley is your winner. And Mr. Bill ever ready with the shovel to scoop up the blistering hot collector that just ejected itself from from Jim Oliver's Chevy 2. Blake Vangsness and Slate Cummings. About 1 second the difference in dial-ins right here. The teenager Vangsness left-hand side paired up with the traveling touring pro Slate Cummings from Louisiana. Vangsness from Rockford, Cummings from Louisiana. Going to go to Slate Cummings, right-hand side, 567 on the 566 dial-in. 1 over the dial, 11 on the tree. Vangsness gets there first by 9 thou and breaks out. Slate Cummings is your winner. Garrett Griffith coming up now from Alexandria, Kentucky. 18-year-old professional drag racer paired up with yet another touring pro. That is Nick Folk in the Chevrolet Cobalt that made it to the money round 1 year ago, bowing out in the $100,000 final round. Looking to go one round further in this, the $160,000 to win. Richest race in Byron Dragway track history. And Garrett Griffith, the 18-year-old, will go on to the next round, going dead on 5. Margin of victory is 2/10,000ths of a second. 0.0002 to margin of victory for Garrett Griffith on the left-hand side. And Alex Rissy now will collect the Byron here to conclude round number 5. All dragsters should be in the lanes for round number 5. All dragsters should be in the lanes for round number 5. Brian Lynch to lane number 2. Brian Lynch to lane number 2. 5X14. 5X14. Brian Lynch to lane number 2. Round 5 dragster class at the starting line. Shane Carr and T.C. Williams. Williams, the hottest driver at Byron Dragway this year. That's been well documented. 2 big check wins already for the 20-year-old from Winnebago, Illinois. Right-hand side, 475 dial-in for T.C. Williams. 460 for Shane Carr from Bradenton, Florida. Left-hand lane. And T.C. Williams will get the win, going dead on 8. Margin of victory, 0.08 of a second. Colin Estes and Kyle Mackey coming up now. Estes on the right-hand side, and Mackey left-hand lane. This is the first time Mackey has ever raced this car in competition. And through the finish line. The line's going to be Colin Estes, right-hand side. Going 5:06 on the 5:03 dial. Colin Estes turning on the win light, right-hand side. Derek Dignitz and Tim Vincent coming up next. Vincent right-hand side, 5:09 dial. He'll lead first. And they are dead even off the starting line at the finish line. Winner is going to go to Derek Dignitz by 0.08 of a second, getting the win left-hand lane. Dead on 6 for Dignitz. Vincent is 1 over the dial-in. Dignitz advancing to the next round. Ken Barsima getting the win over Chris Gall. Almost identical reaction times. Barsima goes dead on 4 and goes on to the next round. Tom Dauber and Garrett Griffith. Griffith is still in with 2 entries at this point. Do believe he is still in on the door car side. And in at this point in the dragster side. So Griffith left-hand side, a 452 dial in for Garrett. Tom Dauber, 465 dial in to the right-hand side. Very close race at the finish line. Win line's going to go to Garrett Griffith, the 18-year-old. Has a double 06 reaction time, goes dead on 4. Margin of victory, 0.005 of a second for Garrett Griffith in the left-hand lane. And Brian Lynch now will collect his bye to end this round. There will be a new bye in door cars and dragsters.
All right, we need the 13 drivers to report to the lanes. The 13 drivers that are left. 13 drivers that are left report to the lanes. The 13 drivers. We are not going to run another round tonight because we're out of time, and we're going to get into a lengthy negotiation, money split up, cut, or whatever you want to say. And there's no way we're going to be able to put another round in. If there was no cut, no money split, nothing going on, we could crank another round out with no problem. But with this kind of money and the drivers want to work, we want to give them the opportunity because we're not dictating the race. It is their race. We put it on for you. So I want just the drivers only. The drivers only. The drivers only to come on up to the third floor of the tower. The third floor suite of the tower. Drivers only. The 13 drivers only report to the tower. Terry and Jeff Spearling hit the highway.